Alright, starting up the streams. Starting the streams. It says I'm offline. I'm not offline, am I? Is this stream working? I don't know if this is working or not. Oh, now it's working. And it says, excellent. No recommended changes. Excellent. Hey there, LumaCode. At first I didn't see anything. Hey there, TS Just. I didn't see anything on my dashboard about the stream actually working. I'm like, I think I'm streaming. Welcome, friends. It's stream number 416. I'm just, yet another coder. The millions that are out there, and I happen to be working on something in Rust today, and it is a library to parse internet message headers. And I ought to get out some reference pages for that just a second. I don't have them like really well bookmarked. I have to go back to, I guess, the README. Yeah, we'll take that link from the README. Put it here. And then I know that Appendix A has some reasonable examples, so we're going to skip down to that. Why does it say 0415? Probably because I forgot to change the title. All right. Let me go fix that. It's 416. Yeah. Definitely forgot that. Let me edit it. I just need to bump the number up. There. Now the title's updated. I need to go back and remember on the VOD to change the title. Thank you, TS Just. This is why I love the community. And hey there, Uber Unix. Uber Unix is the third here today. LumaCode was the first. TS Just was the second. All right. Example messages. So, internet message format. You might recognize it. It's the email. Hey there, Ireld. Hi. So email is strikingly similar to other protocols like HTTP and SIP and other things. They have a common convention where you have a bunch of header lines, a blank line, and then a body. And the header lines have a name of the header, a colon, usually a space, and then some value for that header. Together, that is one header with a name and a value. And as a group, these are the headers of the message. Let's see, who was fourth? 1, 2, 3. Yes, Ireld is fourth. And hi, Duke is fifth. Yes. Hi. Okay, so yeah, I'm working on a library in Rust that parses this. That's in a nutshell what I'm doing today. I already have this in C++, and I am porting it to Rust. I'm also putting up with a lot of yelling in my house, which is a normal thing. I just need to get used to it. And, of course, that prompted some in-house trolling just now. You know, that's okay. I will retaliate later with bad dad jokes. Don't you love everyone being home? Actually, we are having some of our kids go back to school, so it's like 50-50 now. Half the time they're in school and half the time they're at home in school on the computer. All right, so then I'm converting a lot of words to snake case, going from C++ to Rust, and doing things like a constant string raw message becomes a let raw message, and then I'm using the concat macro so that I can kind of have it look to a reader as if it's multi-lined. I mean, it is multi-lined, but so it's easier to read the fact that it's multi-lined. So like mine barely focusing while in school virtually. Actually, I think schools here are getting a little bit better with it. They kind of can tell if the kids are engaged or not in the learning. So now there are three possibilities. They're either absent or truant. They are present but not engaged, or 3, present and engaged. Let headers equal message headers new. Yes, let that happen. And then assert equal And Rust is that. Okay, and then parse raw message, I'm just calling parse raw message, and it's fallible, so we're expecting success. Parse status complete, and now along with the complete we get the number of characters that constituted the header portion. So that since we're only giving the header portion, that's going to be raw message length. You're absent and engaged? That's not possible, TS Jost. Not possible. All right, so what was I doing here? Oh, this is the method I was going to add called has header token, where we can tokenize the value of our header. So you can say, is bar a token in foo? Is spam a token in foo? Etc. Sure, I could tell you what you... No, it's not that what you can and can't do. It's what you can and can't be. You can't be both absent and engaged simultaneously. Well, according to our school system's definition. If you're absent, you are truant. Unless you have an excuse. Okay. I guess that is the fourth option. You could be, instead of truant, you could be absent with excuse. All right, so then all these expect trues become assert like that. Expect falses become assert not. Okay, and then I need to define this function has header token. How's everybody doing today? I'm trying to just do what I normally would do when I'm not streaming, but I'm describing what I'm doing. It's called rubber ducking, both to make it entertaining for you guys, as well as let you know at least a hint of what I'm doing, and maybe you're welcome to type in chat if there is something I do that's wrong or you have a question about. But if I wasn't streaming, I would be doing the same thing, just a little bit less words coming out of my mouth, and a lot less feedback from you guys. Maybe the internet goes down, but they're still reading their books, school book or something. Yeah, I wonder if that's the new excuse the kids are using. I was there, the internet just went down. Oh, I shouldn't say that too loud, they might get ideas. Shh. Okay. So we're passing two things that can be referred to as strings, right? So it will be header name and token. So name is a T and a token is a T. And you might ask, what is a T? Well, a T is something that can be turned into a reference to a string slice. That's what that means. T is something, a type, which implements the trait, or in other words, has the ability to be turned into a reference to a string slice. That's the graceful way to accept a string, because a string slice already can be referenced, and so can a heap allocated string. Am I using all the bandwidth? Actually, I was wondering this the other day. Like, how much bandwidth do Zoom calls make? I mean, do Zoom calls use? I'm wondering if they use more bandwidth in their upload than I am, because I tailor mine pretty strictly down to like 2 megabit. And when I am watching Twitch, it's even lower. I go down to like 1 megabit. And I bet with them, with their classes and their Netflix, they're probably using a lot more bandwidth than I am. All right, so then I'm going to use this trick where we're going to get a reference to the name and the token. And I'm going to leave the rest to do just to make sure that the rest of the code compiles. So let's put a bookmark there. Put a bookmark. Why is it putting on both lines? Oh, because I have a cursor on both lines. There we go. And then down to the end. And we'll put a bookmark here. Okay, I got that wrong because it needs to return a Boolean. All right. Okay, now for this, camp art is mutable because I forgot to make it mutable. Now we're all good. Run the test. Once again, you guys have any questions, let me know. I don't mind the stream being derailed a little bit if it's for educational purposes, for me explaining what I'm doing, that kind of thing. Or if you have related questions, that's fine. Not yet implemented, that's what I was hoping for. Okay, so now I'm letting the test drive like what code I need to write. That way, if I get to the end and all the tests pass and I still have some to-dos in the code, that means I'm missing some tests. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. Also, Lycan, I forgot to say hi to you. How are you doing? NVIDIA announced a super low bandwidth AI powered video conferencing thingy. It's only sending tiny data about how your face is moving. And the video is reconstructed on the receiving ends with machine learning. I'm fascinated by the way you spelled machine learning. But yeah, I've heard about that kind of technology. I'm sure the first versions of it look pretty amusing and horrible, but I'm sure it can only get better. And they could probably take scans of your face to get the texture, right? That's got to look kind of creepy unless it's at low fidelity. I bet the challenge these days is to get it to higher fidelity to make it like look realistic. All right, what am I doing here? I'm implementing this. I already did this in C++. Let's go look for that. Here it is. Exactly what I want. So copy, paste that. All right. So it looks like I'm converting the token to lowercase. Do I need to do that? I don't think I need to do that, do it? Well, wait a minute. I think I do because that way we only need to do it once. Yeah, it is brilliant. I've heard about people trying to do it before, but it just didn't look good enough, and it would look more like a comic. It had more useful applications for avatars. So rather than trying to reproduce your actual face, you would just take a well-rigged and animated avatar, and you would just use facial recognition to find the coordinates on your face and map them to those avatar textures. Hey there, Andorn. How are you doing today? Andorn, one of our best mods, if not the best. Although, we really don't know who the best mod is today. Who knows? Could be Andorn, could be TS Just. They just have to fight with their swords to figure out who's who. Alright, yeah, I think I'm going to do this the way it was done in C++, so we're just going to convert it. I don't need my libraries too lower. We can just say token to ASCII lowercase. And then we're going through all the header tokens. So for token in header in self.get header tokens name. Oh, that means I don't need to dereference that. That's nice. Okay, it's the weekend. Great. Yeah, for you, it's Saturday morning, isn't it? That's nice. I like Saturdays. Normal video codec sends one good frame, then just changes is going to make much difference. Well, but the changes are in the form of like motion detection and texture changes in macro blocks. So this is even more compressed Atomic Nibble. This is detecting the key features of your facial expression and reproducing it on a 3D or 2D representation of it. So you only have to transmit the vector coordinates of the key features of your face. Whereas with normal video codec, it's got to send quantized differences in every single macro block, right? There's no facial recognition or reconstruction built into most video codecs. Yeah, it's 0.1 kilobytes per frame versus 100. Yeah. Hey there, Romania. Hey, how are you doing today? I'm doing all right. Share what plugin I'm using for the autocomplete. I think I am using Rust RTL. What? RTS. Rust no. How come I got that name completely wrong? I'm using Rust-Analyzer. That's what I'm using. So there's the other plugin for Rust that I was using before. It was just called Rust. And I was convinced by chat that the feature set of Rust-Analyzer was better. Yep, no problem. It's got some problems. I have problems with it at times when I make changes to the cargo toml. Occasionally, I've had to reload VS Code, and I don't know if it affects the debugger or not. But I've have some trouble with the debugger at times. And you tried the Rust one, it didn't work. I had some. I don't remember what issues I had with it, but chat just said you should just use Rust Analyzer. All right, so this is that symbol there, and this is that. So this I can reduce to any, right? I can say that any token, and then that's a vector, right? Yeah, so I'm going to want to iterate it. Any token, where token equals normalized token. Or we can just use the full name. Why not? There we go. And I can't do that. Why? Because this needs to be dereferenced. Perfect. Let's test it. Yeah, once again, once I get things to compile in Rust, they usually work. I love it. What's the reason you want to have the tokens in all lowercase? Just because it needs to be case insensitive. The alternative would be a case insensitive compare, but I believe in Rust, the partial equal implementation for string or string slice is case sensitive. So it's just a trick to do case insensitive compare. There are other ways you could do it. Okay. Just woke up from a nap. I hope you had a good nap. Your face is a single color square though. Well, that's perfect. Then your facial expressions would be super easy to digitize. And by the way, hey there, Matt Q. Alright, so you're looking at our website for us. It seems like the strengths they advertise are the same that everyone touts. One of my experience so far has been the compelling reasons to stick with it. Oh, for Rust? Yeah, I get asked that from time to time, so I have prepared what I like about Rust. Alright, so I am a fan of following standards. So Rust is very attractive to me because it's very strict and rigorous to a standard, and has led me to code that usually just works once I get it to compile. But the trick is that you have more work getting the compiler to be happy with your code. I run into compiler errors and warnings a lot more than I do in other languages because it's very strict and rigorous. But I think the earlier you can catch a problem in a design or a mistake, the better. So if I can catch it before I even compile, that's great. I really like enums and pattern matching. So for example, whenever I have a match, a good match, can I find a good match? I want to find a good example. Now, probably in my URI would be a better example, right? URI.rs, match. Some of these can be really, really cool. I'm trying to find a good one for you. Hold on. I mean, this is a pretty good one. That you can, it's pretty flexible pattern matching. So you can say if it's exactly this string or exactly that string, or if it's any other kind of string. It's kind of like a combination of a switch statement with a regular expression kind of thing, but not as over the top as regular expressions. So I like those. And that's why I picked it. Since I showed that briefly, I should just show it again. Why in the first place am I using Rust is a lot of viewers asked me to look into it. All right, so then the other things I like about it, it's got built-in unit testing. That's great. It doesn't have macros or header file stuff, which I think, now that I'm no longer needing to use that stuff, like when I ever have to go back to C and C++, I can feel the pain. The built-in tools with Cargo are just great. It does package management really, really well. I deployed a package to the internet with just like a few commands, and it was like, wow, it's that easy. I hope I didn't make any mistake, but no, it just works. The linter is really good. It teaches you better style and better habits, I think. And yeah, the standard library is really good at being cross-platform out of the box. With C++, I had to make my own library called System Abstractions, so that like how you do sockets, network sockets on Windows and on Linux were different. and I think they still are in C++ because it's not in the standard library. But Rust has it out of the box, so I'm really happy about that. A lot of these things you can say hold true for a lot of other modern languages. So I'm not saying Rust is the only good language, and Rust is the only language that has these points, but in specifically Rust, these are the good points, I think. Are the built-in tools for cargo that great? Yes, they are. They are that great. Anyway, those are the reasons. But it is the bad side, I should say, to be fair. What is it? Things don't like. I guess it's been a while since I opened it, so it's not in my history. But I have a list of things I don't particularly like. Not my favorite features. So some of these I've softened up on. But there are some things that are a little uncomfortable, like the excessive terseness. While you're looking at my code, for example, you're going to see a lot of asrf and stir and mut. And you'd be like, mut? What's mut? There's excessive abbreviation, I think. I'm used to longer names, right? And then there is a lot of confusion, especially in the community of people learning Rust, between string and string slice. And it's not a simple thing to explain. You almost need like an entire YouTube video for like an hour to like go through all the nuances of that and truly understand what's going on. So some things like doing things with closures and asynchronous code are very difficult to implement because Rust is very strict. And so I like to think of that when I was learning it as the learning cliff. You know, you've heard of the learning curve when you're learning something new. Rust, it's so steep that it's a cliff. So, you know, just to be fair, there are things that I don't particularly like. But in the end, like, once I've gotten used to a lot of this stuff, I've softened up on it, like the snake case for the names of functions and variables. I'm kind of getting into the groove with that. Preoccupation with integer sizes. I've softened a bit on that because a lot of the time you use I-size and U-size, which are kind of like size T in C and C++, where you don't have to specify a size. It's the same thing as string versus string view. See, I never really got into string view in C++, but perhaps that's what a slice is. It is a view into a string, so it's literally a pointer and a length, and that's it. So you can turn a string slice into another string slice by getting a smaller window into it, and you can get a string slice from a string. But to get from a you can get a string slice from a string, but to turn a string slice into a string, you have to allocate memory. Yeah, it's not counted because it's not owned, it's borrowed. So one big thing about Rust is the borrow checker. I don't even have this in list, but just look up Rust borrow checker and you'll probably find a billion hits on the internet. Rust borrow checker. It's a big thing. It implements a lot of things. So people write entire blog entries. There's a whole chapter in the Rust book Rust by example book about it. So how the borrow checker puts its claws into the language comes out when you talk about reference counting. So you don't need to count references that are borrowed because the borrow checker does that for you. It's when you start using the types that are more detached from the borrow checker, like stuff that's on the heap, like boxes and stuff like that, or not boxes, but the specifically reference counted objects where the reference count comes into play and the borrow checker is hands off because it's the runtime that handles the checking. Yeah, so what Areld is saying is for the standard types where the borrow checker is involved, it does it all at compile time, which is like friggin' amazing, but it's also it can make things really complicated. Thank you for the follow. All right. I hope I answered that question well enough. I got to try to keep a balance between that and doing the work, so I'm going to continue. I got that test to run, right? So we're on to the next test. I'm basically taking the old tests I had in C++ and porting them over. So that was that test, and now we're going to pull in this one. I think this one is all about copying. And in Rust, there's no difference between a constructor and an assignment, so I think I'm only going to bother pulling one of these tests in and not the other, and I'm going to just call it copy. So, or clone or something, because copy, it means something specific in Rust. It means that you don't need to. Actually, I don't know how to describe it in the way that I'm sure I'm right, so I'm not going to try. Well, we're going to call it clone because that's what I do understand. Clone headers. Only 1.5 million results. Yeah. It's probably the thing most talked about in Rust is the borrow checker. Hate to ask, since sure you get it so often, I was really interested. So Uber Unix, do you never need to worry about asking me stuff? Because I'm used to being asked everything all the time. I like to think of it, it's like I'm at a busy street for pedestrians and I just set up a booth and along the street and I'm doing something, and so people are passing by. I'm going to get the same questions that like, oh, that looks interesting, what are you doing? And then I answer that question. They move on, someone new comes in, oh, hey, that looks interesting, what are you doing? So I've heard the same questions lots of times, and it gives me practice answering them, to tell you the truth, and the it doesn't bother me because of the practice, and it verifies that I do. If I didn't know what I was doing, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It's a layer of analysis that doesn't exist in other mainstream compilers. Yeah, that's what makes it a lot tougher to write, and makes the code, once it is written to pass those checks, it makes it more reliable. But everything in commands, I've tried to do that to do that in Durn, but I'm just not organized enough to do that as well as Adam can, right? All right, so let original headers, I guess. We just need that word out of there. Equals that new. Okay, and then that, and then set header is that. So we're setting the foo header to bar, setting the hello header to world, and then we're making a copy. And then we're changing the hello to something else. Then we're making sure the copy has a different value for hello, but the same value for foo. All right, so let's do it so that headers copy, let that equal that dot clone. All right, it's sort of a silly test for me to have in Rust, because you can usually just assume when you clone something you'll get an independent variable, but I guess it doesn't hurt to have a unit test, right? So for these I need to put some in front, because it's possible for get header value now to return a none, because you don't have a header with that name. And then because when we get it, it is an option which holds a string, and we're comparing it to a slice, I need to do another little trick, which I've learned, which is as deref, because you can dereference the inside of the option, which is a string, to a slice. And now it works again. It looks like I cannot clone because I do not have an implementation of it. Let's do that. I think maybe I can just derive the implementation, right? I can say derive clone, and that will not work because of this. There's no clone for vector, because header has no clonable. They make header clonable. And that's not clonable because header name isn't clonable. Okay, now that should make everyone happy. And in order to set headers, I need to make the original mutable. What's a slice? I think we should just find a really good picture for that. Rust slice. Because there's probably a really good picture about it somewhere. Not here. Maybe in the book? Yeah, here we go. So, if this is the string, there's a pointer, a length, and a capacity. So that allows you to reallocate the memory, right? The slice world is just, you can think of it as a window into that string. So just as a pointer and the length. So you're not allowed to reallocate the memory, but you can make other slices from this slice. So you could make a slice that's just character 7 and 8 if you wanted. And you can use it like you would in a string in a lot of contexts, which only require the pointer and the length. Like you can get the length of it, you can print it out, you can take it and split it into its characters, you can take it and then turn it into another allocated string and then concatenate onto that. There's lots of things you can do with the slice. So one way I like to think about it is a slice is just a read-only window into a string. Also, a slice could be not pointing to a heap allocated string like this example shows. It could also be pointing into the data segment of your program. In other words, the global literal string. Yeah, if it sounds like string view, it probably is. I never really use string view, but I trust you guys know what you're talking about. Yeah, so this is talked about in the Rust book. Here's the link. The syntax is a little weird. What you do is the string from sort of makes sense intuitively. You're taking this string literal and making a string from it. And the reason why you have to say string from is because, like I was saying before, string literals are in the data segment of your code. They are slices. You can't reallocate them without making a new. How do I describe that? They're read only. They're data. They're in their data segment. Read only, right? So they're slices by definition. So string from is making a string copy of the literal. And then from that, this is the way you make a slice out of a string or another slice, is you say, I want to take this range of bytes from that slice's pointer and make a new pointer out of it, right? So this is the range, 0 through 5. This means I want to form a new slice from S and then get a reference to it. Yeah, so it sounds like the same thing. It's a lot more built into Rust though, whereas in C++, I think it might be a standard library thing. In Rust, it's intrinsically part of the language. All right, this needs to be mutable also. And the test just works. You make a slice mutable. Yeah, you can make a slice a mutable slice. But you can't change the... if you made this world mutable, you would be able to change these characters W, O, R, L, and D, but you wouldn't be able to change the pointer or its length. You can make a new slice from this slice, which is a subset of that original slice. You can't, as far as I know, you can't make a superset. You can't start with this slice world and then get back to hello from it. But you can make a slice that's just WO or something like that, or LD. And you can change the individual characters if you had mutable access to the slice or the string that you originally got the slice from, and you kept it mutable and all that. Where S was the string hello world. In Go, they have slices like that also. That makes sense. I think I understand you, Endorn. You're saying, can you make the original string mutable and have slices? Yes. So you can have, as long as S is mutable, world could be mutable or immutable. If S is immutable, world can't be mutable because you can't get mutability from immutability. You can't do in C++ what they could do a const cast. You can't do that in Rust. You explained it already? All right. I tend to over-explain. I think I over-explain because I don't just I don't get the facial expressions back, so I don't get that like visual feedback from who I'm talking to. Bad constcast. Yeah, I avoided using it too. It's basically throwing away the contract, saying you won't change this. Say, oh, I've changed my mind. Maybe I will change it, you know? Maybe I feel like changing that data today. Snake case. Oh, I said I wasn't going to copy that, and I did copy it. Yeah, we don't need that test because it's really the same operation in Rust. There's no difference between construction and assignment. All right, so HTTP request message in 2 parts divided between header lines. I think this is where we deliver the message in pieces. Yeah, this is a good test. What the parser is supposed to do is say incomplete, 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 and then suddenly say, oh, complete, when it sees the blank line at the end. All right, let's do it. So, is this actually my last test? Ooh, that's my last test, which means after this we do refactoring. Looking forward to the refactoring. All right, extremely long test name. Makes it even longer to go snake case. All right, let mute headers equal that new. Okay, and then the way I want to do this, I think, is we were going to do a let snake case that equal reference to that as a slice. Because we can. These are all strings. Don't need a message end. Okay, so then the first line will be assert equal okay, but parse status incomplete. And we're supposed to say how many characters were consumed. So that would be the length of the raw piece, the first raw piece, right? Well, that's bizarre. Why did I do an assignment inside of assert like? Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I messed up here. I messed that up by accident. Okay, I gotta go back. I must have been on multi-cursor when I changed something. Yeah. Oops. Go back to single cursor and then do that. Alright. These can all be assert equal exclamation mark. Alright, so okay. Parse status incomplete. Raw message piece is 0 length, I think is what we want to say, right? Oh no, we're passing the first two pieces? Okay. So those two lengths combined, I think, is what we want. Wait, no. Why would we only expect the length of the first one? Oh, right, because it has to look ahead one line for folding purposes. Yeah. So it should be the length of only the first piece. Len. For when we parse that and we don't need this part. Okay, and we can't just add like that. Raw message becomes parse. We can't add slices like that. I need to turn it into a string and then slice it, or just turn it into a string, I guess. String from that, and then we can add the second one. Cool. We don't need that, because that's part of this assert. Alright, I'm just gonna make it easier copy, because now it's complete, and it's going to be we expect the entire raw message, so the sum of all the lengths. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 actually, right? Oh no, we already counted 0. So 1, 2, and 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yes, exactly. If we pass pieces 1, 2, and 3. Yes. Like that. Alright, and then we don't need that. And then, I don't know if I still need this is valid yet. I'm going to keep it, but I don't know if I actually need it. Because complete usually implies it's valid. Okay, don't need that. Alright, const auto becomes a let. Header collection needs to be turned into a snake. So does get all. Alright. Are you passing message 1 twice now? No. Oh, actually, yes. Oh, no. I am, yes. There's a reason why. Because the API is, you can pass in more than one line, but if it tells you it only consumed one line's worth, you're supposed to then take the part that wasn't consumed and pass it in again the next time you call. Because I didn't want the type message headers to buffer anything. It either consumes the content or it doesn't. So if you pass it these two lines, it can only consume this one because even though it's seen the host, for all it knows, the next line will be a continuation or a wrapping /foo/bar, right? So that's a valid header for host, where these two are then folded together to form this, which wouldn't be valid, but you know, you would get this as the actual header because that's folding, right? So by seeing just these two lines at first, it doesn't know if it can it doesn't have a complete picture of what host is yet. So it has to see all the way down to this line and say, oh, okay, this is a new header, so now we can complete host. So the first time when we parse, we pass the first two strings, the only thing it knows for sure is that user agent is that. And then we don't consume those bytes. We say, well, you need to pass those back in the next time along with any more input you have. I could have done it where we buffer the unused input, and then, yeah, we pass those first two lines, and then we would just pass the other half and not pass this one again, but we would have to buffer that internally. Chose not to do that. Okay, named tuple. I figured that the user of this probably has their own buffer anyway. Hey there, Microsoft Hooligan. I've forgotten to say hi to a few people. Phil, hello. If you over-explain the next lesson, explain lifetime identifiers so you actually get it. Lifetime identifiers are really tough to explain. Oh, Game Overture! Well, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that. Naxmify, hello. And Resubaka, I forgot to say hi to you as well. Hello. I've been really bad at noticing Resubaka and Nui when they come into chat. Sorry about that. Hey there, Nui. And hi. Thank you for the... Well, you're welcome. I'm still learning Rust myself, though. If you want to see people who know more about Rust than I do, I'd recommend anyone on Team Rustations. What does this button do? It highlights your message for me, Endorn. Thank you for that. All right, name tuple. So turning the C structure into Rust, just put the name first, and then we don't actually have to have storage on the heap for the string. We can just borrow a static lifetime slice. Oh, there we go. We're talking about lifetimes. But I'm not going to talk too much about it. We have to say static here because if we don't, then the borrow checker is going to be like, oh, well, how long are these references valid? If we say static, we're basically telling the compiler, don't worry, those references, they don't have to, they're not constrained to cease to exist after a certain point. They can last for the length of the program running, which is always the case for literal strings. So let our expected headers, and then I'm going to do a little trick here where I say it is a reference to an array of expected headers. And then the actual, we're telling it, giving it a type hint. We're saying expected headers has this type. And then what we're assigning it to is an array. Header. Right, and then the way we do name tuple is we have a tuple and we do an into to put it into the actual type that it wraps that with. All right, and so then we can say, oh, I did the same thing with them. It's twice now today. I've accidentally had multi-cursors on. I gotta be more careful. Expected header. And I'm bad with the keyboard right now. My apologies. That's okay. I fixed it pretty quickly. All right, assert equal becomes lowercase assert equal with an exclamation mark. Sizes become lengths. This loop is better expressed in Rust with an all, I think. So, or I guess we can do a for in for expected header in expected headers. And then we don't have to say the I in front here. That is just that. These now, because name tuple makes these into methods, we have to call the methods. And then what did I do there? Oh, it expected... Okay, so we have to actually march through both data structures, don't we? All right, so then I can't do it like that. I need to do a zip. So something like expected headers, iter. Zip it with header collection, iter. and then all, and then put this whole thing into an assert. And then here we'll get one of both, expected header and actual header. And then we put these two assert. Well, they're not asserts anymore, they're just booleans. Or I can use asserts inside like that. Either way it works, right? So it's just expected header, yeah, and then this is an actual header, name and value. Yes. All right. What did I get wrong here? Oh, because we're not returning anything, this just becomes a for each then. And these, because they return me references, I need to dereference them. Yep. Well, good night from Brazil to you, or from not Brazil. Good night back to you in Brazil, Greyjack. All right, so assert true becomes assert. Assert false becomes assert not. Has headers just turned into that. Okay. Why did I end up doing that? I can just do a concat, right? I think so. Yeah, can't I take the original raw message pieces and iterate them and then join them? No, what am I thinking about? I can join them with empty. Yeah, I think. This has got to be generate. Can't call join like that. Yeah, concat only works for literals. Although these are literals. But yeah, I'm not going to use concat. I thought... isn't this a syntax? Yeah, the macro only works for literals, yeah. I thought that was how you use join, but yeah, still learning. Slice join. Oh, I don't want slice join. I want... what do I want here? Quickly explain internet message header? Yeah, sure. That's why I had this open this tab. This is a internet message. So this kind of internet message is an email. Another kind of internet message would be like a request from a web server. They both look very similar. In fact, let's open up the HTTP RFC to show you, and then you'll be like, oh, those actually do look similar. This is not the latest, right? Which one's the latest? Well, 1.1's fine. Let's go look at an example web message, right? Find one. Usually they have examples near the top. Did they not for HTTP? I guess we'll just look for host : because that's required everywhere. Really, they don't have a good example? Okay, I'm disappointed in you, RFC. Maybe the next one. No. Is it this? Maybe it's this. Okay, here we go. Better examples. So you might see a similarity between the server response to a web request and a email. Both have one or more lines of header and then a body. The headers are usually, well, in this case, they are always header name, : space, and then a value. HTTP has a little thing before the message, which is the response code. But right after the response code, the format is essentially the same as an email, only with different kinds of headers. So, and what I'm calling an internet message is the superset of the common superset, or the common subset of those two. It is what's common between HTTP and email and other formats that are similar, where we're just covering the part that has headers, blank line, body, and then we're separating the two, and then with the headers, we're splitting them into the names and the values. So whether it's a server response or an email. Hope that makes sense. If you want to join strings, then you can just collect to a string. Yeah, that's probably what I want, right? So take this iterator and collect it, and probably figure it out from that. Maybe not. It's probably going to say it doesn't know what to collect. Yeah, so collect it into a string. And can't compare string with... All right, so we have to say sum. Because generate can return an error. And now what's wrong with you, collect? Cannot be built from iterator over right, so we need to dereference them. So map s to that, and then collect them. And it's probably going to tell me that's a lot easier to do. There we go. Copied. Hey there, Lazy Guru. And Anakin Luke. Hi Moo! Thank you for the follows, by the way. Ever tell you that the default theme of VS Code throws you off? The color of stuff makes your eye work harder and have trouble reading. I'm comfortable with this. Is this something you guys like or don't like? And what do I have this set to? That's settings, right? I believe I have it just set to dark mode. Isn't the theme set here somewhere? Or is the theme set separately? Appearance. No. I used to know this. What's the theme set to? You would think it'd be easy to find. Control-Shift-P theme. There we go. I'm using Dark Plus. So I don't think that's the default. Isn't the default like Light Visual Studio or something like that? I don't know. I kind of picked it really early and thought, oh, it looks good enough for me, as long as it's a dark mode theme. Do you think you changed as a programmer since you learned how to program? I think I have learned a lot of good habits and a lot of bad habits, and I've spent many years trying to unlearn the bad habits. And I've learned that I don't learn unless I'm presented with a challenge and I have the opportunity to receive feedback from other people. Those are the most important things I think I've learned. Yeah. The preferences under file, is it? It's not on my settings. Oh, so preferences is a separate. I think you're right. Ah, that's okay. For some reason, I'm not good at navigating that today. What's a bad habit? Bad rabbit, bad habit? Bad habit would be, look at the C++ version of this code when I get to, what is it? Wrap. Advance and wrap. Advance and unfold. I was looking at this code yesterday, and I couldn't figure out what the heck I was doing. Why did I do this function, advance and unfold, right? I wrote this a couple years ago before I learned better on like how to think about how to write code that I can read back and understand later. Like a lot of the stuff just didn't make sense what I was doing. So when I had the opportunity to redo it yesterday, I think I did a better job. Although this I'm not comfortable with yet. I don't know a better way to figure out if something is white space or not. I guess what I should do is just make a hash set of and use contains or something. Anyway, like This code, I think, is a lot easier for me to read than all this stuff. And I think there's even a bug here. So you don't really know what bad habits you have in coding until someone looks at your code and they say, I can't read a single line of this code. It doesn't make sense. And then you're like, what do you mean? It makes perfect sense to me. And then they say, well, put it on the shelf for a month, come back and read it, and you'll agree with me. What's my line ruler? It's 80. I'm so used to 80 characters, I set it to 80. I mean, it's just a guideline. I can go over it if I need to. But yeah, it's arbitrary. We all need arbitrary rules in our lives, don't you agree, Enduran? See, like, I'll go over 80 occasionally. Because, you know, it's arbitrary. We can break the rule if it doesn't really matter. Although something like this, I'm tempted to, because it goes way over for no real good reason, I'm tempted to do this. This one I might let stand, although, you know, it's not too much trouble to do that. This one I'm not going to be super strict and say, oh, we have to break that string now because we've gone over that ruler, so I'm not going to do that. Is white space? The problem with is white space is it's not precise enough to meet this standard. So in this standard, it's very precise that white space is either space or horizontal tab, no more and no less. Whereas in Rust's is white space and is ASCII white space, it includes more characters than these, so it wouldn't meet the spec. And I'm a kind of a stickler when it comes to matching the specification. But I could clean that up. Right now it's just finding a character in the whitespace string. I could make whitespace into, I guess, a hash set and then do a search. Yeah, so it's different. It's a different definition of whitespace. Where was I? Did I write this and not test it yet? Okay. Oh, we have a difference in opinion of how many characters got consumed here. We thought it should consume only the first line, but I guess it consumed both. That's not good. It shouldn't do that. Okay, so we have a bug. Well, bummer. I imagine it's the unfold line, right? Probably saying that it was able to unfold it even though it shouldn't have said so. Unfold header. Begin with white space? Oh yeah, begin. Guess we'll look at that and see. What if the next line doesn't begin with white space? Then we returned consumed would be 0. Yeah, it should be 0. It should be consuming nothing if it couldn't unfold it. I feel like going through the debugger with this one. Let's do it. What test are we on? This one way down here. Go. All right. None, huh? That doesn't seem right. Probably because, you know, I bet I'm screwing up my own debugging by having shadowing. The debugger was looking at the second reference, and so until we hit that line and went over it, we didn't see what the raw message was. So this raw message is kind of hard to see because its font is tiny, but it's the first 2 lines. So it should parse the first line. And it's not too long. It separates the name and header, which are what? Name is user agent, value is this. So it's going to separate those two. What's consumed now? 0. Right, because it doesn't see another new line. Okay, it trimmed it. Wait, why is consumed 0? And why is that window not going away? Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So that's the first line. And the second line, the header is host www.example.com. And it couldn't unfold that one. And then what's the offset? 89. Okay. Oh, I see the problem. It's counting it too early. Yeah. It shouldn't do that. It should only do that inside of here. Then why do I return this consumed in the first place? I don't even think I need to return that. My favorite ASCII character and my favorite Unicode character. I think my favorite ASCII character would be... I don't know. Do I have to have one? Maybe it's Z or Z. Favorite Unicode character... I don't know. How about backwards F? There we go. That's my favorite Unicode character. Because it's F, but it's backwards, see? You have to have one, otherwise you're not considered a programmer. Okay, so it's going to be favorite ASCII is Z or Z. Favorite Unicode is backwards F. Just cuz. Do I need to return this consumed? Find where the next line ends. Calculate the line's length. If we didn't find one, then that's fine. We return okay, none. How do we get here? Your is the C with the, I forget the name of that accent below it. That's pretty cool. Favorite Unicode character is Greek question mark? Because it looks like a semicolon, but it's not. Is it Exxon? I can't remember. There is a French name for that character when it's used in French, and I just don't remember what it was. Okay, let's say we're looking at the very first line. This will tell us where the first line ending is, right? And then we find it. And then we're looking at the, we advance it, right? No, this is where we stopped. So offset isn't advanced yet. So it'll be separating the first line out. And then here we advance to the second line. I think that's the problem. We don't want to do that yet. We do want to do that, though. So this ought to be... Can I just say let? Let's say let next offset equal that. And then we'll say next offset. If we're able to unfold it, then we should set offset. I don't think we should add it to offset, though. This loops, right? Does unfold header also loop? It does. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So if this returns something, then it means it got all the way to the end of the header. Okay. So if and only if we do unfold header. So what happens if we don't need to unfold? We would find one and then we get down and it would be okay 0, right? Okay. So then it would be offset plus equals consumed plus well, it would equal next offs. Whoops. I didn't mean to open that tab. Next offset plus consumed. That's what it would be. Yeah. I think that fixes it. Let me run all my tests though. Well, one thing at a time. Run this test that failed and see if that passes it now. Infinite loop. Ah! Okay, I got into an infinite loop. Nice. I love infinite loops. Don't you love infinite loops? Sadia. I thought it was something else. I can't remember though. And hello there, Silmeth, by the way. Yeah, so Silmeth, the form feed character is possible, and we're supposed to flag it as an invalid character, not just silently discard it as whitespace. That's why I can't really use the is whitespace or is ASCII whitespace. And hello, Papados del Papa. I forgot to say hi. The Vim plugin that highlights strange characters like that? Huh. That means there's probably a VS Code plugin that does the same thing. Okay, so if we're debugging, get the first line. Right, offset is 0 next to 66. We're able to unfold it. Consumed is 0. Right, that means there wasn't a second line to unfold. So we just advanced the offset to 66. Sounds good so far. And then we're looking at the next line. We get the header host. It tries to unfold and should get none. No, that shouldn't have happened. Oh, this should be offset plus next offset. That's the problem. Or this should be offset plus line terminator plus, yeah, that's right. Okay. My mistake. This is why we have unit tests. Cool, it passed. Now, do all my tests pass? Yes. All right, back in business. Back into the passing business. Who doesn't use Vim? No one doesn't use Vim. I'm not using Visual Studio either. Using Visual Studio Code. So there's a difference. All right, I'm done with the unit tests and all my tests pass. I think it's time to check it in and then start looking into refactoring. I'm probably going to refactor that unfolding thing again because there are a few things, like the bug we just ran into is a indicator that I probably need to refactor it because I missed something when I originally wrote it. Hey there, Storm Dragon. I'm doing pretty well, although I got this weird thing in my ear right now. I think because of allergies. It's kind of annoying me right now. I'll talk and I'll hear an echo of myself in my left ear. Hey there, DQN. All right, I didn't open this before. Let's make a commit, shall we? So we made this clonable. So let's list things out here. Finished initial a cut at Rust port. So made header name header and message headers clonable. We did those things. Add has header token function. Right, fixed a bug in header unfolding. Calculations. So the bug was we advanced the offset too early. Instead, we need to compute what the next offset would be if we actually succeed. And unfold header gets the next offset. And only if it succeeds do we advance that. And we have to advance it not just to that next offset, but unfold header could have consumed even more. And so we have to return, add that too. Yes. Actually, I'm wondering if if consumed should include the next offset as well. That way we can say offset equals consumed. No, that doesn't make sense. I think it's fine the way it is. Okay, so then we added a few more tests, right? Add in ports of the remaining unit tests. Yep, I definitely have some allergy symptoms today. I used to take allergy medicine every day, and I stopped taking it because I didn't like having to take, take pills every day. Yeah. But it's sort of a decision. Do you want to live with your allergies or take something to prevent them or whatnot? Anyway, trying the live with it approach right now. Okay, so then let's refactor. Do I have any to-dos? I had this note that we should check to see if what is ASCII graphic would do. So let's maybe do that and see. If text cares and any C where not C is ASCII graphic. And just see if that passes our tests. It did. It did. Okay, let me confirm that. If it does pass and it shouldn't, I need to have some extra unit tests. Exclamation mark to tilde is true, otherwise false. I need to look at an ASCII chart to make sure that that's correct. ASCII. Sure. What's a good picture? Okay, I don't know if I like that one. I kind of like this picture from Wikipedia, but it's... No, I don't like that either. ASCII chart? Was it this one? Ah, yeah, this is the one I like. Don't ask me why I like this one, but I do. So then, okay, so it's from 33 all the way down to 126. Okay, that is exactly the same. So if we trust that Rust will always meet that contract, then what is all this stuff? Oh, these are examples. I get it. Yeah, I guess we can use that. All right. Well, that simplifies it a little bit, right? There we go. Do you do Rust at work? Nope. I don't know of any company that has Rust at their work. Doesn't mean that there isn't, but I've heard that it's not as widespread. At the jobs I've done, it's all C and C++, and if it was like Android development, there's Java also, and maybe Kotlin at this point, although I haven't done that work in a few years now. Yeah. Sorry about that, I have auto mod on pretty aggressive right now. Allergy meds can give fluid retention, you can feel bloated. I don't get that, I get congestion, so like I have some weird congestion in my left ear right now. It feels like my ear is like, doesn't know if it should be popping or not. It's a bit annoying. Mozilla, didn't it originate at Mozilla? Yeah, from what I've seen, companies that do like traditional software, if it's not web stuff, if it's like embedded programming, it's all going to be like C, C++, Java, the ones I've seen. Web stuff, you're more apt to see like JavaScript things like, you know, React, Angular, Vue, that kind of thing, or, you know, front end stuff or back end stuff, you'll have PHP and other stuff. But I don't know of any Rust stuff. Steam is using Rust for Proton now? Proton? That's pretty cool. All right. So yeah, at my last job, it was not only was it C++, it was the Microsoft dialect of C++. So, you know, COM and all that. Okay, well, we did check that, and it does work. I feel that that deserves its own commit. And if I could remember who suggested that from whenever I wrote that, I would give them credit. Does anybody remember if they were the one to suggest that? Because I didn't write down their name. I'll just say, thanks to chat. Add improvement thanks to chat. So we can use char is ASCII graphic rather than manually converting the character to an integer and testing if it's between 33 and 126. Microsoft seems to have some big internal push for Rust. If they could redo all of their driver samples in Rust, I would be amazed and happy. Compatibility tool for Steam Play based on Wine. Ah, cool. So I don't need a bullet point there because this is the sole content, right? Commit that. So whoever told me to do that, thank you. I forgot who it was though. It's probably like Ireld or Silmeth or Silenzy or someone who knows more about Rust than I do. Okay. Can't we get rid of the it instead of if else? We can turn that into it's already functional. Can I just do a last step here and say like no, at this point it's Boolean, right? So I do have to put it into an if else. I hope that it gains more traction. It's gaining traction with me, that's for sure. Legacy code will still remain C, C++. That's a bummer. I don't see why they can't go back and like do what I'm doing. Because it's an opportunity to improve it. Oh, is this another place where I could have used ASCII graphic? Yeah, this is the very definition of ASCII graphic, right? If it's tab or space or an ASCII graphic. I can't say C. Oh, we've already mapped it, damn it. Okay, I guess I could convert it back to a character. Yeah, why not? There's no harm in the as, is there? Wait. Oh, shoot. I can't do that, can I? Well, I could not turn it into an integer. Yeah, I can get rid of the map. And I can just say if it's horizontal tab or 32 is space. That'll work, right? Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. Fix or well, refactor. Another place we can use is ASCII graphic. All right. I like it. Callback style code of C++ isn't easy to port to Rust. Then I have my work cut out for me because my code has lots of callbacks. I thought, from my limited experience so far, I thought one way to do that was to turn a callback into a queue. So instead of setting a pointer to a function as you want called later, you would just provide the writer end of a queue, and then you'd, in your own context, you'd read from the queue and you'd receive it as a message instead of a function call. That's probably going to be my approach to that, because then you can fully full thread safety, right? Because you rely on the queue to handle the synchronization for you. Hey there, Lentil Stew Dragon. How are you doing? And also hello to Calder Draconis. Google's investing in Rust for Fuchsia. See, you guys know a lot more than I do, which is awesome. All right. I'm just looking for refactoring opportunities here. Oh, is this a problem? I do a match inside another match? Excuse me. Oh, that's another thing. I should probably go through all my to-dos here. To do. Can I filter this and only show Rust? Ah, bummer. I'd like to filter away and only show Rust files. Could do that. But then it didn't find that for some reason. No notes. Yes to those, no to these. All right, so I do have some to-dos. Consider including the header name here as well for a value contains a legal character. Yeah, let's look at that. If I borrow the header's name, I can do that. We have the header's name at this point. I'd have to pass it through unfold header. Yeah, at this point we have a name, right? Because it's in header. What if I just pass through header, not just header value? Then it would have access to the name, right? Why don't we do that? Why write in Rust when you can just not write bugs? Oh yeah, that reminded me of something funny that Chris showed me yesterday. You heard about this? No code. It's like the best repository ever. No code is the best way to write secure and reliable applications. Write nothing, deploy nowhere. Start by not writing any code. This is just an example. Imagine you can do it whatever you want. Adding new features is easy too. Possibilities are endless. Now that you have not done anything, it's time to build your app. That's it. You should see this output. By running this command, you can deploy it absolutely nowhere. Contributing, you don't. So that's probably the most awesome Git repository I've seen in a while. All right, we don't need ASCII anymore. Probably don't need that. Let's leave that for a while. Delete that. Okay. Yeah. Best code is FizzBuzz Enterprise Edition. What about FizzBuzz Rockstar? We saw that on Chris's channel too. Rockstar FizzBuzz. That's gonna hit a lot of, I guess, language. I don't have a link to it, but it was pretty awesome. Rockstar programming language, where someone made a humor language, a humorous language, but then people started taking it seriously, and then the guy who implemented FizzBuzz in it made it into a bad 80s rock song, or a metal song. Yeah, most secure system as a service in the world that does nothing, yeah. I can't log into it. Good, that's by design. If you can't log into it, that means the hackers can't either, right? That makes it more, that's the most secure you could be. Yeah, I think for unfold header, we're going to pass the whole header. That means instead of value, it's going to be header value. And then we're going to pass it back out. So this becomes header. Which makes more sense with the name of the function. We're unfolding the whole header. So that means we get header back out. And it masks the one we sent in. Header. Header value equals header value dot trim dot toString. And we have to say mute here because we're changing it. And this doesn't need to be mute anymore because we're not mutating it. We are passing it in. It gets consumed by unfold header and comes back out. Makes sense to me. That means that when we call validate, we can pass the header name as well. So header validate name can be given the header, which we just need to borrow. And let's turn text into value segment. Okay, so then that means for here we can include the header if we want. So how am I going to do this? Make it a tuple, I guess? Oh, that's a big comment. Dropbox is using Rust and multi. I heard about that too, that Dropbox is using it. I don't fancy Dropbox though, unfortunately. I am a OneDrive person. And maybe they're still evaluating it, right? Okay. How we're going to package this? I suppose as a tuple or as a structure. I don't want to do this. Structure instead of a string. How about header with... What's the convention here if I need a structure? Can I just put an impromptu structure here and say like header and value fragment string? Can I do that? I can't do that, can I? So I need to, or can I do it like that? I probably, oh, but I could if header was, if it within the scope of this. Shoot. Problem with that is that would have these modules including each other, which I'm not that comfortable doing. I suppose it's okay. Will Rust be okay with that if I say like at the top, if I say use super header? It's still not happy with that. Oh. There's just no partial equal for header. We can add that. Struct header. Partial equal. Okay, that part's okay. What's wrong with this one? All right, because we haven't filled that in yet. So, this was the whole header, right? Borrowed. Right, so then this would be, is this how you construct it? Name, header name, clone, and then value segment to string, with the in parentheses. Nope. What am I doing wrong? Missing structure fields. Oh, it's header, not value. It's header. Oh, do I want to clone the entire header? I don't know. I think I just want the name. Actually. Yeah, what's wrong with this part? Too many parentheses, that's what's wrong. Oh, it's not a string, it's a header name. Which I need to pull in here now. Alright. Now, what's wrong with this again? There's no field value segment. Did I call it something else? Value fragment. Okay, now it's cool. Alright, now what's the warning about? No warning, it's just find. Okay. You called it header instead of name? Yeah, I needed to figure out that it was name. The header name is what I really wanted. Okay, so I did that. The attached string is the value of a header encountered. The header with the attached name contained, well, had a value containing, has a value containing an illegal character found in the attached segment. All right. I suppose I should make a test against that. Let me look at my tests for this. Where would I have found this? Like, probably for, I probably just didn't match against a specific error, so it's probably an is error somewhere. Yes. So those are where it's too long. Okay, I guess I don't have illegal character tests. See, there's a bad character in the name. We won't have one for the value though. So yeah, let's make one. Header with illegal character in value. Let's just put it in the middle here. Who's a favorite who had a favorite Unicode character? It was the C, right? Which would be illegal here. We'll put Greyjack's favorite character in there. There we go. We did it, chat. So I'm gonna get a big warning about non-ASCII characters. Non-ASCII literal, which we can suppress at the top, right? If I hit the right button. Here. Allow Clippy non ASCII, and I've already forgotten what it is. Non-ASCII what? Non-ASCII literal. Okay. Where was it again? I really should be more careful about bookmarking. Dang it. There it is. So this is where we'll have header value contains illegal character, and then inside of here we're going to have value segment, and I think it will include the space if I am not mistaken. And then the name will be we'll just host into. Or can we just say header name from? It's probably better, right? All right, let's run that. Nope, I have an unexpected delimiter. What? Oh, because I didn't have it in the front. Oh, we actually got an okay. It actually allowed it. Okay, good that we have a test. We're supposed to get an error, but we didn't. Work lurk time. This one looks serious. If you don't make it back, see you. Okay, good luck with the work, Calder. Okay, obviously we didn't make a check for the first fragment. I guess I forgot to do that. That was done. Invalidate header value. Let me guess, we only do that inside of unfold. Yep, that's the problem. So we need to check it where we're calling unfold as well. I think we need to do it right here. So, check the first fragment value, first value segment. For validity. All right, so then it's just validate header value. Borrow that header. Value segment is borrow header value. There we go. Dang it. And now I lost my place. I never learn. Go back into chat, grab that character. Okay, for sure putting a bookmark now. Not a double bookmark. Single one. Run that test. Pass now. Okay, good. So then I'm going to want tests for that and for if it's in a fragment that's unfolded. Header with illegal character in value first segment. Second segment. So here we're going to wrap it. So like, let's not do it with host. Let's do it with accepted language. Let's invent a language that has this character in it. Kappa. I don't know. CA. Doesn't exist, but there we go. So then it will be accept language has the problem. And then the fragment will be this one. It should have put a space in front. Yeah. Run it. Cool, it passed. Awesome. I'm wondering if I should remove the space in front. In other words, trim it and then put it into a string. I think I'll just leave it the way it is. Okay. Check that in. Glad I found that bug. That actually might be in the original, that bug might be in the original C++ too. I had like a note where I'm like, hey, we didn't check the validity of the first segment. So we did two things here, right? So refactor and fix a bug in validity checking. Refactor, well, it's not refactoring. Let's just say fix. So add missing validity check for header value first segment. And then include header name in that error, right? Thank you for that follow. That error was this one. Header value contains a legal character. Awesome. Did I do any other changes? Yeah. So we had where is it? We had unfold header take the entire header. Have unfold header input output the entire header rather than just the value part. I think that makes more sense. And maybe unfold should be doing the trimming too. Maybe. Oh, let me think about it. It's not really the job of unfolding, though. It's like when you're done unfolding and you know you have a header, you want to do that. But that's not unfolding's job. It would be an extra thing after the loop here if I did it. Or it really would be in this else. I don't think I'm going to do it. That's fine. I applaud lurkers. I welcome the lurkers. Thank you for lurking. I acknowledge that people probably lurk in the channel because they just want to hear the sound of my voice, and that's fine. I'm glad you enjoy it. If you don't like my voice, there are a lot of other streamers you could listen to who have different voices. And I don't mind. You gotta find the streamer that you like, you know? Alright, what's next? Continue looking for refactoring opportunities. Probably should just go back to the to-do list. Here we go. Provide a working example of incomplete. I need to do that, yes. Both this block and the next detect header lines that are too long. Try to rewrite this to remove the redundancy. Oh, there's a good challenge. Let's just do this one. Quality background noise, exactly. All right. So what this to-do is talking about is we have line limit, header line too long detection here, and we have it down here too. Oh, the other thing I should have is I really should have a to-do here. Do we even need this flag at all? And the corresponding is valid function at all. Yeah, I need to look into that. I don't know if we do or not. There. All right. Anyway, we get into two situations where the header line is too long. Can I collapse that somehow? There is a difference here. Because the line may not reach all the way to the line length limit. Because we need to reserve 2 characters for character turn line feed if we don't find them. That's why I have this minimum here. I think maybe in this case they're different enough that it's not entirely redundant. So I'm going to remove the to-do. I had decided it is the way. The feeling of having no background music, moments of silence, lack of screaming, quality microphone. Yeah. That's another thing that is different between streams. So some people like background music, other people don't. I liked... Who was it? I forget which other streamer it was, but they inspired me to not have background music on my channel. They said, if you want background music, you're probably like different music than me anyway, so feel free to play background music at the same time as the stream is up, right? And the other thing is I don't have to deal with all the DMCA stuff. But yeah, if you like background music in the stream, there are lots of other streams that have that. I don't think I'll ever have background music in mine because of the DMCA stuff and the fact that it just feels weird to play music that like other people might not like, and I would hate for that to be a reason that people be driven away. Okay, so we're moving on. We're done with that to do. So I need to evaluate, do we need the valid thing or not? I think the original C++, it allowed parsing the headers, but in the end rejecting it after being complete. And that's why I needed to have this valid flag. I should go back into C++ to see, did I ever make use of that though? And then I need to have an example of this. Let's do the example first. So the example of incomplete. The body was not found and all characters up to, not including the attached byte offset were parsed. You're expected to call parse again with more input. Okay, so let's do that. Do it in the form of examples. Rust. And we probably want to just steal from URI.rs, right? Where we have a Rust block, because this has some useful boilerplate stuff that I want. And I lost it already. Pin that. Thank you. I want this boilerplate stuff in front. And here. And an OK close at the end. There we go. Okay, and by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I had to change the name of my URI to Rhymerai to make it fit into crates.io. So I'm probably going to have to do the same thing. There's probably message headers probably is taken or too generic. So, but until then, it's message headers, right? I think that's the name of the crate in the cargo toml. Yeah, message headers. So that's what it is for now, but that'll probably need to change later. Message headers. Okay, so that goes there. Yes. So in here, do I indent here or not? Looks like it didn't bother there. So we'd have a, oh, that reminds me of yet another thing. Rather than doing this, what I want to do is consider, rather than calling new and then parse, just have parse return a new message headers. That's probably what I need to do. I was just laser focused on doing exactly the same thing as actually wait, no, I was laser focused on making it match the C++ code, but maybe I don't do this because parse we have to call multiple times. Yes, I forgot to consider that. And there is state, there's a side effect to parse. That's why it has a mute. All right, so then, yeah, toss that then, never mind. Forget I said it. Am I implementing HTTP headers? Yeah, sort of. It is a common subset of them. So I had this up before, but I lost it. Can I show this again? Yeah. I'll put them next to each other. So this is an email, and this is a web server response. Can you see what's similar between them? They both have exactly the same format, it turns out. So my message headers utility is meant to parse the majority of both emails and web server responses, and actually web server requests as well, and other protocols as well, like SIP, follow the same convention. So a section of header lines with the blank line and then the body, right? And the header lines are always header name, colon, space, and then the header value. So that's what we're doing. We're implementing that. So it's not just HTTP, it's also email, it's also SIP, it's also any other protocol that follows the same convention. So the I say that we're implementing 5322 internet message format. because it's the framework of email, but it also is used in other formats. I don't know if they mention it here. Do they mention HTTP? I don't know if they do. They don't, but essentially it's the same format reused in other protocols. So it's very leverageable. It was Appendix A, wasn't it? There. I want to keep that up there. Yep. That's what we're... I mean, this is not the first time I've done it. I did it since C++ 2 years ago. Okay, I'm looking at examples, right? Yeah. All right, so let headers equal message headers new. And then I guess we'll say it's going to be a result that contains a parse status, right? So we should say cert equal parse status. I guess we should say include that here. Incomplete. We'll have to count the characters here. 0 for now. For... Should I just put this on another line just to make it more readable? It's a little bit awkward with all the slashes in front, though. Parse... I don't know. From Joe. At example.com. I want to keep it short. Actually, it will be 0 because we don't know if that's unfolded or not. Right? And then then you're supposed to add another line. So I'll just show concat because I like concat. To Sally at example.com. At this point, it will have parsed this first line, right? So how many characters are here? From here to, which is column 18, to here, which is column 43. 43 minus 18 is 25. It's still incomplete because we haven't found the end of the headers yet. So then you're supposed to, since it's 25, now we remove the from line. But you repeat the to line because we haven't gotten to the end. Let's show like how we can add a fragmented line. So subject, hello. This will consume another 25. Let's make them different numbers. Let's just do Sal. So it'll be 23 this time. Right? And then so world. I don't know how far I want to go with this example. Here it's going to be 0 because we don't know if we need to do more unfolding. So then we would have to repeat, and we would have to say like that. At this point, it's complete. And I've gotten all these characters. So from there, oh, I counted wrong, right? I counted the slashes, so that's really 2 less. Okay, so from here to here plus 2, so that's 18 to 33, that's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. All right, so good thing we can have Cargo test that for us. And I am wrong. Ooh, I'm wrong in a lot of things. Mismatched closing delimiter. Possibly meant for that. Oh, on 33, it's not 33. Line 33 was where? Oh, cause for these concats. Yeah. My bad. Oh, and we need to put question marks on all these. Error is private. Okay, we can't have that. Error needs to be public. It is public. Oh, but yeah, because I haven't put this into its own thing, we have to say pubmod error, right? Or pub use. Probably better. Yeah, and the headers have to be mutable. Yes. There we go. Why does it say that? Oh, because of that. Okay, it's the documentation for that variant. That's what all this is, yes. Okay. Probably want to put comments in here. So, parse does not consume first line because the next line it hasn't seen yet might contain part of the from header. Okay. So we resend the from line along with the content that follows. At this point, parse knows it has the full from header and consumes it, but not the to header, since the next line might be a continuation. I'm having slash issues. All right, and then so on, right? Here I'm sort of beating the point in. So we resend the to line along with the content that follows. At this point, parse knows it has the full to header and consumes it, but not the subject header. Since it might, and then you can see how this pattern continues, right? So we resend the subject line along with the content that follows. Ooh, that was bad. My wrap plugin to VS Code doesn't know how to wrap this. So I gotta do it by hand. So we resend the subject line along with the content that follows. At this point, parse still doesn't know it has the full... This should say subject. Oh no, I had this correct, right? Parse still doesn't know it has the full subject header. So nothing is consumed. Okay, and then here's the finally part. So we resend again with even more content. At this point, parse sees the sees the blank line, empty line, separating headers from body, so it can finally consume the subject header as well as indicate that parsing the headers is complete. Right. And now how does that look? Cargo doc. Actually, I should do this at the root, shouldn't I? Cargo doc. And then I do rust up doc. And then I pull that up here. Oh, that's not what I want. I wanted a cargo doc open, right? Yeah. It opens in the wrong browser, but I can just copy paste the link. Okay, here we go. So I did all my work just now in here. Am I in the wrong place? No, I'm in the wrong place. I need to go parse status. Here we go. The body was found at the attached byte offset in the last input string. The body was not found while characters leave. So maybe the example should go with the overall enum? If you could pass no dependencies too so that you can only see your own docs? I'm not seeing... Oh, you mean like this other junk? I don't mind seeing that other stuff. You mean like the crates and stuff like that? I don't mind that much. Although, why is this showing up? So this is old. I renamed it to that. Hey there, Red Sky One. I'm thinking about moving the examples up. It's probably a good idea because we cover both incomplete and complete. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So this goes up to here and gets unindented. And then cargo doc, and then I refresh. There we go. And then probably in parse I should say something like see parse status to understand what it means and how to use how to interpret it, right? Oh, what happened to the end of the comment? Did I accidentally cut that off? Oh yeah, look at that. That's interesting. It just kind of dropped the line. Parse is not consumed first line because the next line it hasn't seen yet might contain part of the from header. Right, so it's 0. So we resend the from line along with the content that follows. At this point, parse knows it has the full from header and consumes it, but not the to header, since the next line might be a continuation of it. Right. So we resend the to line along with the content that follows. At this point, parse knows it has the full to header and consumes it. Should I say like it's 21 characters long, or is that self-evident from that? People can count. So we send it. So we send again with even more content. At this point, parse sees the empty line. So I can finally consume the subject headers will as indicate that the parsing the headers is complete, which is the complete. I think this is probably good enough. So then I need to add more. I need to add crate level documentation, and I don't have any documentation for multi-mode yet. That one's easy. I added that last night off stream. So that's this set header multi-value. You can say whether you want the headers all in one line or in multiple lines. So for example of that, in fact, I'll probably put this into the documentation. In SIP, you have often this case where you can have lots of via lines, header lines, and you have two options really. You can have them all in one header, one monster header like that, and that's the one-line mode. Or you can break them up into multi-lines. So the protocols which allow you to have more than one header with the same name, like SIP for via, you can use the multi-line, and then it's smart enough to recognize that these are all part of the same header. There's just multiple values that if you were to combine it, they're just separated with commas. So the set and the add lets you do as one or multi that way. So that's probably what I should just write now in the comments. So I'll go from that to, I'll put a bookmark here actually. And then another one where it's declared. Let's document it. Okay. This enumerates the ways in which a multi-value header may be represented in the generated text. Okay, so we're going to say here, that's probably good enough, and then document this. Put all values in the same header line, possibly folded, and separate the values with commas. Put each value on or in a separate header line, each possibly folded, where all the header lines have the same header name. I should probably have a note. Note that the higher layer protocol may have restrictions on what kinds of headers may express multiple values in this way. So like specifically SIP says you can do that, but you can't do that for other things. Should I have an example here? Probably. Examples. Let's pull from the other examples from here, because I like this boilerplate that I made myself. These lines here, because they encapsulate the errors. So then paste the boilerplate, and then the end boilerplate at the bottom, the OK and the bracket. Wrong key. And to do copy, okay, and now down, up, paste. Okay, I essentially want to copy what I have in the unit test here because it's pretty good. Hey there, Rally Monkey, how are you doing today? We're doing internet messages like SIP and stuff like that. Like emails. Like web server responses. They look very similar. The only thing technically different between an email and a web server response is the web server response has an extra status message at the top, which is separated first before we interpret the rest of the message. But if you take the rest of the message, it's essentially exactly the same format. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Email, of course, has extra restrictions, like you can't, like you're not supposed to go past 74 characters per line or something weird like that. Whereas HTTP is more relaxed, but it's essentially the same format. So the library I'm working on today can parse either one. Ever been the interview in a job? Yes, I have many times. At my last job, I got up to principal engineer slash manager, so I had to do a lot of interviews. Then I gave up the manager title because I was a better engineer and I was a horrible manager. But yeah, until that, up to the point where I gave up being a manager, I did have to do interviews. I don't know if I was particularly good at it though. Perhaps one of you I interviewed, and I'm sorry if so. Tedious day for you. My stuff looks more fun than what you're doing. I'm sorry to hear that. There's always looking at the bright side of what you're doing. There are bad things and tedious things about what I'm doing. Oh, what happened there? That should be like that, right? And what happened here? It became a greater than or equal to, which Rust didn't care about. I can interview you, but I don't have a opening. I'm not hiring employees. I'm not working for a company that wants me to interview for them. Scouting for my weakness, just in case I ever have to interview again. I see, so it's all for the good. I think I just want to copy this entire thing as the example, because I like this example. There we go. That's a fine looking example. So, do that. There we go. And I will even test the example. Cargo test. It failed. Ah, because I don't have a, what happened to my OK line got moved, that's what happened. And I don't think I wanted to do this OK. Did I? Yeah, what if I, just say concat. And then here I put that. That'll be a little bit better, right? No. Oh. From reference to error is not implemented for error? What? Oh, I gotta put that in front. Actually, then I don't need to do the deref, right? It'll do it automatically for me. Oh, I don't have via in scope. Don't have that. I need to pull that in. That's this stuff. Via, let's just simplify it so we won't see a 2. Paste, shoot. I hit the wrong key and I lost what was in the clipboard. Don't you hate it when that happens? Paste. Okay, so let's remove the 2 line for simplicity. All right, and then the 2 line, let's remove that stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah, we have to pull that in. And I don't have, actually, we can do that instead of parse status. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Passed my documentation test. Better yet, do it over Twitch chat. I've seen that done. Adam13531 did some mock interviews live on Twitch. Rally Monkey's trying to interview you. Yeah, what are you gonna pay? What are you gonna pay them, Rally Monkey? Compliments and supportive commentary via Twitch chat. Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's gonna be my first example. Let's just copy that over. I like the idea of repeating the example, but say how does it look different in multi-line? In fact, copy all that stuff. I have an extra line there I don't need. Don't need that line there. Okay, so multi-line looks like this instead. It does not have just one via, it has multiple vias. Dang it, I hit the wrong key again. Hit the wrong key. Hit the correct key this time, Raimu. It is paste this time, there we go. I hate that when I select too many rows. Start over again. Escape, down, Control, Alt, down, down. and then type. Like that. Okay, test that. Oh wait, I've missed one thing. The key value in there. Wait, how did that pass? That shouldn't have passed. Is it running my documentation tests? I don't think it is. No, it is. Wait, how did it pass then? Because that said one line. If I break that... Okay, so this is not working. Shoot. What did I do wrong? How is it running that test and saying okay when that's obviously wrong there? What's this? Oh. Yeah, I thought I'd heard that joke before. So, Bob, why should we hire you? That's a stupid question. Welcome aboard! Hold on a second. I gotta take this phone call. All right, sorry about that. You're hired at Stack Overflow. Hold on a second. All right, I'm back again. All right. Does that mean that this should have failed too? Yeah, that's passing when it shouldn't. I don't like it when tests pass when they shouldn't. What if I go down to here and break it there? That fails correctly. And this one down, wait. And this one right here should fail if I put one line. Uh-oh. That's not failing at all. Oh, I have it on the wrong line. Duh. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's failing correctly. So it's just in the documentation test. It's not failing when it should fail. Okay. Doc. Right here and here should not be okay. What did I do wrong? It has something to do with this, I think. Is it this form where I have as dref and then OK in front? Yes. No, that's not it. It's missing a token when I do that. All right. No. Wait, what? That looks okay to me. What? Macro arguments. Is it this macro that's a problem? Is it that we can't use a macro inside of a comment like that? Weird. Okay, what if I just do that, I guess? I'll just do this technique. Wait, I just noticed something. Yeah, there's one. Okay, yeah, that should just be backslash then, right? Without any of these. That's not going to match, though. But at least I don't have the macro. No, there's something else. Something else I'm doing wrong here. Open, open. Close, close. I don't see it. I don't see what I'm doing wrong. Put this back the way it was. Good night, Nui. What if I put this back down where I had the other test? That's exactly what I had, right? Ugh. Dang it. Come on. The uncommon should just do that. Okay, there is something wrong with this line. What is it? I don't see anything wrong with it. Expected one argument found. Oh, shoot. I know what I did wrong. I just wasn't looking carefully enough. Yeah, so, the okay doesn't end there. It goes here and ends there and like that. Okay. All right, now if I break it somehow, it still passes. So is it's just not doing this assert or something? Or this assert failing is not marking the test as failed? What does that mean? What if I do like assert false? How is that passing a doc test? Hey there, Radon 90. Hi, you sneaky Radon 90. You reversed my EJ emote. How are you doing? I also never said hi to Rally Monkey. Hi. Anakin Luke deserves a clever... No, is doing a great job and you have a clever username. There you go. Alright, so we're learning that you can't do that in a test, in an example. For some reason... Oh, wait. I'm missing something at the end. Could that be it? Could that be the whole reason why I never ran the test? No. I don't get it. Could it be that all my doc tests were always broken? That it was never doing the assert. Was it being masked by that, maybe? If that's true, then okay, then what I would do differently is not have the function there and not have the okay or that. Okay, I think that's what it was. If we put it into a function that can fail, it will not check it in the unit test, in the cargo test. That's bad. Huh. There's 715209. I just learned something kind of disturbing. If in your Rust example you put your example inside of a function that has that can return a result, if you have some kind of assertion failure, the cargo test won't find it, because I guess what's happening is it's returning a valid error, and so it thinks that this is okay because it's handled by a result. I guess we have to force a panic. Or just not do this when we're testing. Or maybe there's some other way to instrument this to say it should be okay. Yeah, what if I did something like this, where I have a function main, and then I just kind of call the other one, so test unfold. Maybe that would be enough to fix it, right? I want it to break when I have... Oh yeah, there we go. I know it's not found. Wait, what? No method unfold? Unwrap. I don't know where my mind is going. I thought unfold was unwrap. Okay. That's probably good enough. We want to have the documentation show us using it without panics. And now it should pass, right? Yes. Okay, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. Just change the test to main. Is it that I called it test, then? Because that's a really strange difference. And then cause it to fail. Ah, okay. Thank you, Greyjack. Passing because test never is called. Okay, so I might have to go back to my other crate. In the other crate, the test might not have ever been validated correctly. Then that's troubling. All right, so I learned something today. Gotta call it main. Oops, I accidentally... Well, I guess you deserve an extra point. I accidentally hit up arrow enter in the wrong window and gave you another point. Okay, so I need to fix this first one. Repair that. Okay, and then this other one, I forgot to make it multi-line. Now it passes. Okay, good. So, I need to search all my Rust for function test. Yeah, see, I had this in a few other places. And I had it in this crate, which is bad because this one's a published crate. And so now if these fail any tests, I'll be very embarrassed. Let's go retest them. Actually, if I just run it from here, it'll test it, right? Oh, yeah, we have some bugs. Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, I see that one. I know why that one happened. Because, actually, I don't know why that happened. Ooh. That's wrong. Why did it chop off the authority part there? Ooh. Timeline publisher 102? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I had doc tests before, I thought, but I had it marked test, not main, and so it really wasn't running it all along. So why is this one failing then? Because I have that exact same thing in the unit tests here. In fact, it's this one down here, right? Base resolve relative. Okay. Base resolve relative. Then why is it getting me slash BCG? It's like removing the authority and the scheme off of the front. I guess it could be. These all use... Yeah, I guess it could be. These compare against an expected target. That would be a pretty serious bug, though. What if I put a breakpoint there and see? Because it would happen on the very first one, right? Oh, no, it wouldn't. It would happen on the second one. Let's just run this and go to the second case. Actual target URI. Okay, that's expected. The second one, it's HTT. What? That's wrong. Then what's the expected? HTT. How did that happen? Wait, what? HTT, not HTTP? And the authority is none. I don't trust this. I don't know. I don't know what to think now. I guess put it on a debug? DBG? Debug that? Yeah, that's correct for the first case. Second case. I think the debugger is just insane because it is HTTP. And the authority is some authority with a single letter in it. Which is A, I think. And the path is BCG. Yeah. I don't suppose we can do the same trick in the doc test. Just realized the unit test is software we don't test. I am doing something different here. Here I'm comparing two URIs. Up on the other place, I should put a bookmark on it. The one that failed. How come I can't find it? Line 488. Yeah, right here. I am actually doing path to string instead. So yeah, it could be a bug in path to string. Is path to string never tested with a authority in it? Oh wait, it shouldn't be path to... What am I thinking? It shouldn't be path to string. It should be to string. Yeah, okay, that's the problem. And that is infallible, I believe. No, it's not infallible. Am I wrong about toString? It should be generate. What did I call it? Just generate? Generate string. No, that wasn't it. What was it called? It is toString. And it isn't infallible? Oh, right. Yeah, of course it's infallible. For URIs, you can always get a string out. That's the whole point of URIs. Okay, so it's toString and it's infallible. Yeah, there we go. I don't know, I'm just kind of scatterbrained right now for some reason. Yeah. Yep. I'm just, okay, what I was missing is that I was calling path toString and I didn't realize that. It should be just toString. And the other problem was, of course, that this was called test, and so it was never being run. All right, so I'm going to have to deploy 1.0.2. Let's just do it live. All right, so the way I'm going to do this is we're going to go to the cargo and go to 1.0.2. I'm going to make a commit with that in it. So this is the bug fix that the code inside the documentation examples have to say main. And then the other bug was that we were calling path to string instead of string. So let's list all these things. Version 1.0.2. Code in example documentation doc examples. Oh, just 30 seconds. All right, I'm back. Oh, you heard the dog barking? Yeah. The dog likes to welcome people home. Code in doc examples needs to be reachable through a main function. Otherwise, the tests silently fail to detect problems. All right, and the other thing was the example for resolve. The example for URI resolve was calling parse a path to string rather than toString. Okay, that was the only problems, right? Okay, commit that, and then hey, I'll show you how easy it is to publish to cargo. So you just git tag the release, push it, and then you go to here and you do cargo publish, and you let it do its thing. It compiles, builds. Compiling is part of building. And then it uploads, and then we're done. All right, back to message headers. I found and fixed all those places where we're doing that, right? Yes. Okay. So then back to message headers, cargo test. And that, if we just do that, it runs documentation only tests. This runs all the tests, including documentation tests. Okay. So, cargo doc, I guess. I'll see where we are with it. Here, right? Reload. Okay. Okay. Cool, I'm happy with that. So then we have top level docs for error. And parse status and header multimode, enums, and then what do I have for header name? I don't have anything. So I should probably document it since it's public. In fact, let's turn on the warnings for missing docs. There we go. That'll help me out. Missing docs for generate, parse. It's not complaining about missing docs for header name though. I'm gonna put one there. Do we call this CI? No, it's not continuous. We call this discovering problems and fixing them, I guess. Doc tests are also part of the exposed documentation, so useful in other ways, yeah. You actually still need tests if you have doc tests. Yeah, because the doc tests are just testing the example code. You still want to have your own unit tests. I guess, theoretically, you could have your unit tests be documentation for other things, too. But it seems kind of constraining to me. Yeah, I don't know if I want to put all my test cases in the documentation. It would also maybe make the documentation too verbose if we're catching every little corner case. I don't know. If people want to see the unit test, they just open the source and find the test module, right? So, names of headers in internet messages are case insensitive. Oh, that's right. I wanted to refactor this to be a different kind of type where we don't have to have this word here. You? All right. So let me put a to-do here. Refactor this type so it I forget what it's called, but the kind so it's the kind of type which looks like a tuple. I forget what that's called. Names of headers and messages are case insensitive. This type is used to represent those names in such a way that case insensitivity is considered for equality and order. That implementation's wobble is really annoying. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Now I'm going to notice it. Thank you, EraserX, and welcome. Now my eye is definitely going to catch it all the time. And by the way, hello, Red Arrow. Is it an enum? I forget what it's called. I'll have to go back to the book and see. I haven't used it yet, so that's why I don't even remember what it's called. So I'm not even going to bother documenting name because it's going to go away. I should do header right here. This represents one line of the header's portion of an internet message. It consists of a case insensitive name and a value which may contain parts separated by commas. All right. I forget why I had to make those pub. If I don't make those pub, what breaks? Cargo Clippy, that. Nothing breaks? So maybe they didn't need to be pub. Okay, they don't need to be pub. Then they're not. Is it enum or is it struct? I thought maybe it was like struct and then it looks like an enum like that. That's what I sort of remember. And then you like do 0 instead, right? New type. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Ereld. So I wanted to use the new type because fundamentally it's still a string, but it's a special kind of string. Yeah, let's review that chapter of the book. New type. Yeah, it's an advanced feature, right? Oops, went back one, my mistake. I wanted to collapse this guy. Can I hide him? How do I hide that panel? Isn't there a button to hide it? Oh well. There we go, that was it. Did I not go to the right chapter? Yeah, here we go. The new type patterns useful are tests beyond those we discussed so far, including statically enforcing that values are never confused and indicating the units of a value. Right, so you can have it millimeters and meters structs wrapped a U32 value in a new type. Another type use of the new type pattern is abstracting away some implementation details of a type. A new type can expose a public API that's different from the API of the private inner type. That's exactly what we're doing. The private inner type is a string in which equality and order are case sensitive, and we're trying to turn it into insensitive. It can also hide internal implementation. For example, we could provide a people type to wrap a hash map. Code that uses people would only interact with the public API, right? So they wouldn't be able to know it's really a hash map. Yes. So you do it by, what's this? Creating type synonyms with aliases? Oh, this is a different thing. I guess they introduced new type somewhere else. New type is determined originates from Haskell. There's no runtime performance penalty for using this pattern. The wrapper type is elided at compile time. Yeah, so it's a struct, but it looks like an enum because it looks like it just has an associated value to the variant of an enum, but it's not a variant. It's just one thing, and then you just have to do the .0. And I guess you could have more than one in the tuple. So it technically is a tuple, right? So I could have more than one thing in the tuple if I wanted. Yeah, it's a tuple with one field. Strong type def is the C++ names for it, right? I don't know. I think a strong type def, you could still access you could still access it as the inner thing. And in this, it really is like encapsulating because you can't use the wrapper as a vex string anymore, right? You can only use the wrapper's public API, in which case it's display. You can't use the internals. Although this does work. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, you can tell I don't quite understand it. I don't quite know if it's encapsulating it fully, partially, or not at all. Anyway, this is sort of what I want, right? I just have to turn this into this, right? Yes, and then a few more places. So the self names become zeros. Zero, 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 zero. And it looks like there's one more place down here. Name 0. That's the place where when I saw it, I'm like, oh, I definitely want to make whatever that thing is called new type, right? Because name looks funny to me. And what's this huge warning? That's probably the documentation missing warning. Yeah. All right, so we're good on the tests now, right? Cool. Self.0 is what the internal type is, yeah. But a user of the API wouldn't be able to access it because header name is public, but the string is not. That's my understanding. Remove the to-do? Yeah. Definitely can remove the to-do. All right. Because I kind of lost track of when I last committed on message. Editors, let me look at what's changed here. So we're now warning in documentation errors. Okay, there's enough changes here. I want to check it in. So refactoring and documentation. So turn on. Thank you for the follow. Hey there, A squared. And good night, Lentil Stew Dragon. Where's the current task note? I kind of got rid of it because I just didn't keep. I did that habit of always keeping it up to date. I was failing at. So when I took a step back and I started my stream up again from the month-and-a-half break, I removed elements of my stream that were too stressful or that I wasn't doing a very good job at. So now Also, the not having a current task kind of encourages people to say, hey, what are you doing? And I think that maybe it's more important to have that and have more interaction in chat than to have someone just look at the screen and say, oh, I guess I won't ask, because if I do, they'll just say, can't you read the current task note? So yeah, that's why I removed it. Turn on missing documentation warnings. Make expose error type publicly. I can never remember, is publicly like that or is it like that? You know what I do when I'm not sure? I go define publicly, and then I'll try the alternative. I guess either one is acceptable. Interesting. Does that mean it's like an alternate spelling? And then, yeah, so if I get something like that, then what I'll do is I'll say, well, where's the blog? Someone must have blogged about it. Exactly. Alternate form of publicly. As adverbs, the difference between publicly and publicly is that publicly is while publicly is in... What? Okay, I don't think that worked very well. I can't even understand that line. As adverbs, the difference between publicly and publicly is that publicly is while publicly is in public, open. It's like there's missing text here. Okay, this one says fairly rare. I'm going to go with the... Yeah, this spelling is omitted. I'm just going to go with that then. Publicly. Can you tell that I tend to obsess over words? Is it American versus English? They missed a sentence? You're laughing at that sentence because they missed it? Well, publicly, expose it publicly. Making it available. Okay, what if we just reword this? Make error type available through the public API. There, that's avoids it entirely and maybe is better written. Okay, so then make header name into a new type. That's all. That's what all that was. So add documentation for header name and header. Message header name, header, and message headers. Right? And then remove that to do. Well, okay, there's more. Header multi-mode. Yes. Okay, and then fix a few typos. All right, that's good enough. I don't want to let it go too far before I commit and push, because my chair is not centered, because then I have too many things to list and it gets too cluttered. All right, I'm gonna let the missing documentation guide me for a while. So this one's generate. Produce the text string form of the message according to the rules of RFC 5433. Did I get the right number right? No. 322. Each header is separated by the by a carriage return line feed sequence, CRLF. I didn't mean to put a star there. Headers may be folded on onto multiple lines at white space characters. Which are strictly space 20 and horizontal tab x 9. The first line of a header consists of the header name, followed by a colon, followed by a space, followed by part or all of the header value. After all headers, an empty line is placed to mark where the body begins. There we go. Didn't even go to column 80? Yeah, I don't want to go. I want to avoid that line. It's like avoiding lava, that line 80. Would having a GitHub repo with your Vim dot files and whatnot increase your chance of getting a job? I don't see how. I think the more useful reason to have a repo would be for yourself if you want to copy your dot files from one workstation to another, or like, I don't know, you borrow someone's laptop and you want to do some of your own work on it, you just download your dot files repo. Or if someone wants a copy of your dot files repo because they like how you set it up, you could just refer them to your GitHub repo. You know what I do is for that kind of thing, I don't even bother with the repo, I just make a gist. You can just make a gist, which is like a one-off little tidbit that GitHub keeps, but it's not really version controlled, like in a Git repo. It's not public. The only reason to worry about public versus not public is if there's something that is like personal information in there, I guess. Linked your GitHub with projects in the resume in the past and they never bothered opening it. Yeah, well, it's a lot of work for people to review that stuff. Like, let's say I was trying to get a job and I said, well, I've done almost 2,000 hours of streaming. No one's going to want to sit down and go through YouTube and watch 2,000 hours of me streaming. They're going to be like, I have like 10 minutes to review you. I don't have time to look at your any of your stuff. I think where someone would dig into your GitHub would be if maybe you said that you worked on a specific project. Like, let's say you're being interviewed for doing some of the streaming tech at Twitch, and you said, well, in the past I worked on RTMP. They'd say, oh, well, it looks like he has an RTMP repo. Let's see how, if it's, I think they'd be most interested in how much of it's been used. Is it kept up to date? And is it got a nice README, or does it look like clutter? That's probably as deep as they look into that. And it basically be to verify if what you're saying is true, and if you really know what you say you know. I mean, we do check GitHub repos. It sounds like it would just be a lot of work to do that. I don't know. Okay, I'm supposed to report errors here. Let's do that. Errors. What are the errors that we have to report? So we can admit an error on fold header, or if write fails, which realistically it won't. So you know what I'm going to do for these, since they never should? Well, I'm going to leave them in, but I'm going to say that it should never happen. Okay, so this one specifically generates error header line could not be folded. Oops, that didn't work. One thing that I think about for resumes is that they are more like a sales pitch for why someone should consider hiring you. So they're meant to be consumed quickly with not a whole lot of effort. If in your resume you link to a whole bunch of like stuff that's going to take them hours to pour through, would you, if someone in an advertisement on TV said, "Go to this website to learn more about our product," how often do you think people would go there? Probably not very often. Still doing some self-torture. Hey there, Jelmega. We're making progress. Jelmega, I published a crate called Raimurai. Raimurai. So it's not just torture, it's production. So if you go to crates.io and you look up Raimurai, look, it's my implementation of URI parser. It's complete with documentation and examples and everything. Look, I got documentation with examples and everything. Does it have 27 downloads? I didn't even look. Where does it say that? Oh yeah, 27. Well, that's nifty. Probably it's you guys verifying and checking. A couple of you found bugs already. That's why we're on 102. If you search for URI parser, does yours show up? I don't know. URI parser. Yeah, well, I'm number 3 though. Number 3. Your internet's so bad the stream is buffering. I'm sorry about that, Bo Goes Pop. But hello. There aren't a whole lot of implementation. This is a very esoteric thing, right? Well, I guess there are a few. There are a few, but it's sort of an esoteric thing, don't you think? It's sort of a nerdy thing. Like Jelmega says, it's kind of like self-torture. Okay, this is returned if the generator is configured with a line limit constraint and one or more headers are too long and cannot be folded to fit within the constraint. And although we should say, while technically it shouldn't happen, logically we may return, however I fold this, right error. That would be how we implement the from standard format right in error. Standard form, yeah, we might emit a string format, error string format. Okay. It's here that I need to modify, right? Well, technically it shouldn't happen. Logically, we may return string format if one of the internal string formatting functions should fail, which they shouldn't, unless something used internally doesn't implement display properly. I actually found the code for that at one point. I put it in the Discord. Oh, long message. Let's make it #1, boys. It's okay. We don't have to do that. Although I would appreciate people reviewing it if they want to and tell me about any bugs. Big part of your hate for Rust are the evangelists saying to use Rust for literally everything, even though a lot of things have other languages that are a lot better if you really need safety with things. I try to keep a balanced approach to Omega. I'm really into it just because it's sort of a new obsession for me, something new to learn and a challenge, but I do have not my favorite features list. And so I have 8 things which are, in my opinion, blemishes on the face of Rust. So Rust isn't perfect. Like, this one's really silly, I think. That on Windows, the Rust implementation, you can't mix backwards and forward slashes in the same path. I'm like, why? It works on every other language, why not? And how everything is excessively terse. So, I mean, it's not perfect. Should be available for hiring for doing a pretend interview with, so like a mock interview? I guess, but I didn't really enjoy doing interviews. I don't think I'm really good. I'm not a good interviewer. I don't know if you'd want me to interview you. I'd probably just get you to talk about what you worked on, and I wouldn't really have a whole lot of critical questions to ask. I mean, we can talk off stream about that if you want. What happened here? Oh, nothing. But yeah, anyway, I try not to be an evangelist. I try to keep a balanced approach. There are things I like and things I don't like about it. You personally like I32? I don't like when it gets in my way where there's a 32 there and I'm like, what's significant about 32? This algorithm should work for any size integer, so why do I have to say 32? But since then I've learned that if you really need something like that, you can just say isize, right? That works too. But then why does it have to say size? I'd really like to say int and uint and maybe even sint for signed integer. I don't like that those are missing from Rust. To me, those mean arbitrarily size, like size doesn't matter, integers, either signed or unsigned, or I don't care. And but on the other hand, I do understand the motivation to not have those types might be that for Rust they want you to be safer, and so you should think about the sizes of things. Yeah, size does matter. Yeah, well, it depends on your point of view. If you're writing a generic algorithm and you're not going to run it on a real machine, does size really matter to you? It might matter to the person you give the algorithm to when they actually use it. Then, like, it matters it matters differently depending on your point of view, I think. Seen the C++ standard int, it's min 16 bits. I think that, yeah, that strikes a bill, but I've never really... I don't really pay attention to, like, if you say int, it tells me that it's an integer. That's all it means. It shouldn't imply a minimum, maximum, typical. If you really cared about the size, you would use the size things like int 32t. Then that tells me you care about the size. You know what I mean? So I don't like hidden meanings that you have to remember or memorize somewhere else. I like things to be clear. And one of my bad habits is propagating that kind of hidden knowledge required. And I'm trying to correct that in my own code by making everything upfront and open, and you can tell by the names what's going on and use the correct types. int32 is clear, but it might be overly clear. That's like saying, to get to my house, turn left on the road that is exactly 2 lanes wide and in each direction. And you'd be like, well, why are you telling me it's 2 lanes? Like, isn't it only important that there's a road there and you should go on that road? So, yeah, it's like extra information you might not need. Why 32? 100 years from now, they'll be like, why would Rust care so much about 32? Now that we're on 256-bit machines, why would you ever need only 32? Or why would you only use only 32? It's like it's tied to the machine too closely to me. 16 bits minimum can cause that bug. Yeah, well, you overflow, but then Rust has that built in now, the overflow checking. Actually, we had that come up in some tests yesterday. I actually got some overflows. It was nice to see, because in C++, it just silently does something weird. It doesn't tell you about the error. If you want to be generic or integer size, you can always use the integer trait from the num crate. Yeah, so I don't know about that. So, like I said, this list was my initial like culture shock reaction to Rust. Some of these I've softened on, like the snake case. I've softened on that quite a bit. Handles overflow and debug. Yeah, but that's where it matters most. So if I operate on the principle that I want to catch all bugs early on and I heavily unit test, I'll most likely catch a bug in debug, and so Rust will help me do that. Sure, it doesn't help. I shouldn't rely on it totally, because you're right. In a release build, if I didn't have a test for it, it'll sneak through and it will not get detected until later. But there's not much I can do about that unless I am obsessed about catching it, I guess. Screw snake case enforcing style in a language. Well, you can do that. So that's how you opt out of it. Yeah, you do it with this line. You just put that at the top of your crate and you're good. I mean, I do that now for other stuff, right? In my tests, I like to have non-ASCII literals. So I say, Clippy, hey, calm down, Clippy. We like non-ASCII literals. We like that funny C character wherever I put that. Where did I put that? It was, yeah, right here. This character is offensive to Clippy because it's a non-ASCII character in a string literal, right? And I say, Clippy, we're open-minded about Unicode. In fact, we want that because it's not a legal character in a generated header anyway, right? It's supposed to be percent encoded or something like that, right? So we actually needed a test case to detect that. So anyway, did I completely finish to generate? I guess so. Let's move on. Rust explicitly uses UTF-8 in literals. Its difference is ASCII, and the overlap between ASCII and Unicode. So it's proper UTF-8, but non-ASCII. It doesn't like those in literals. Clippy doesn't. I don't know why. I guess we could enable it and read about it. Let's read about it. Because what's good about it is they give you a link. They say, hey, if you want to learn more, visit this link, where they justify it. So let's go do that. Why not, right? Rather than just hate it, let's see what the reasoning is. Yeah, we know the 90s called and wanted their character set back. Even so, there still are editors. You guys can't read all of this until I make it smaller. There's still editors and other programs out there that don't work well with Unicode. So if the code is meant to be used internationally on multiple operating systems or has other portability requirements, activating this lint could be useful. And I think this is part of the pedantic rule set. So you won't see this error normally unless you're like me and you're a glutton for punishment and you turn on pedantic, which I do. So if I go out here and I turn off pedantic, we're not going to get that warning anymore. There's no warnings at all, right? I don't even know where we were because there's no warnings. So I opted into pedantic warnings, which turns on the non-ASCII literal. And it's like, well, okay, I wanted most of the pedantic warnings, but this one is a little bit too extreme. So we're going to opt out of that one specifically. So we're like fine-tuning what kind of warnings. I want to turn it up to 10, but not turn it up to 11, if that makes sense. If your editor doesn't support Unicode, switch your editor and move into the 21st century. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather say, in my opinion, we don't need to worry about that. And that's my method of saying that. We want to see warnings because in general, we learn from, okay, this is what I would say. In general, we want lots of warnings because we learn a lot from them. However, this is 2020 and we should be happy and safe with Unicode. There we go. IMHO. All right. There we go. Parse. Feed more internet message text into the parser. Building the collection of headers internally. And detecting when the end of the headers is found and when the in the end of the headers and the beginning of the body is found. So see parse status. And can I like do a link here? This would be enum dot, I don't know what it's going to be. Let's just look. enum.parseStatus.html for details on what this function returns to indicate the result of the parsing. All right, and then we need to list errors. Okay, I missed a lot of chat. You tried google.funnycom and it didn't work? It's not registered? I guess you won't be hired. Clippy was using big brain time? There's no TLD for that. Oh, yeah, I guess you could start one. Wouldn't that be funny if someone paid like however many millions of dollars to establish the C with the funny accent on it, OM, TLD? There's probably an internet standard that says TLDs have to be composed of ASCII characters, which would be an obstacle, right? Can you have a Unicode character in the top level domain part, though? Not by the URI spec, but it might be restricted by other specs like the domain name system. Yeah, that's like A Squared is saying. A common attack is to have a character that looks like an ASCII character, but it's not. Yeah. Typo squatting? Tupo squatting? Did you check what INHO was again in Google? You're looking into Inhotep. It'll work perfectly. DNS has support, really? The spec allows, I'm kind of surprised, because you'd have to %encode it on URIs, and so it would just look funny. When we have emoji TLDs, I would be the first to register Raimu.heart. Okay. Errors. What do we produce as far as errors are concerned? We can return header too long. I can just look at error, right? Header too long. And we also propagate stuff from separate. And this is only to set this valid to false, which we might not need to do soon. So this might just become a question mark and then remove the OK part. And then actually we would not need to do the match at all, right? Yeah. Okay, so in the meantime, what does this return? This can return header line missing colon, so we should mark that. And also it validates. All right, so then there are numerous errors we could return. This one, and the ones from validate can return this one. And then probably header name too, right? Where do we validate that? Inside of here, there. Okay, so what's most likely? Probably name, probably too long, missing colon, and then name and value containing a legal character. Header line too long can be returned if the parser is configured with a line length constraint and an input, and the input exceeds it. Okay. On one or more lines. Missing colon can, well, let's say is. Or, you know, what if we get rid of the is returned if and just do n dash and make it a list? I like that better. Then I don't need these blank lines. Then I can do this. 1 over n dash. There is no colon between the name and value of a header or more header lines. I guess it's not a sentence anymore, so we remove the periods. Okay. The name of one or... I don't have to say or more. Let's just say a line. The name of a header contains an illegal character. The value of header contains an illegal character. All right, I think we'll just call it at that, right? it's going to refer to that for where I already have examples. So I'm not going to bother having examples here. So over here, cargo test. And we don't have any warnings now. Cargo doc, and let's review the documentation. Oh, do I not have any thing for message headers? I thought I did. I'm missing that? Oh yeah, look at that, I'm missing it. I wonder who'd be poop.poop. Program is rusted. Yeah, you know, but in this day and age, rusted code is good code, right? Hey there, Seppi. Countries with non-Latin based scripts may apply for internationalized country code top-level domain names. They're displayed in end-user applications that are language native script or alphabet, but use punny code translated ASCII domain name. Yeah, I remember that now. I don't remember exactly what it looks like, but there's like a encoding scheme, right? Called punny code. Is there a Google TLD? Interesting. I didn't know it was named after a fungus. I thought it was just, yeah, iron oxide. Interesting. Blog.google does resolve. Is that true? I don't know about that, Seppi. All right. This type is used to parse and generate internet messages, which consist of text lines. But really, it's just for the headers. This type is used to parse and generate the headers of internet messages, which consist of text lines with an empty line separating the headers from the body. The format is specified in IETF RFC 5322. And I suppose we'll be a nice internet citizen and include a link here, because I happen to have that open here. Right here. Boom. Done. It's only called Rust because it looked like Rust. It is no permanent state. Okay. Google is the first branded TLD to be associated with a website? I didn't even know they had it. That's how out of it I am. Okay, so we were missing that. We didn't get a warning. I guess we don't get warnings by default for structures or types if they're missing documentation, but I like to have one. This type is used to parse and generate the headers and internet messages. It consists of text lines with an end-to-end line separating the headers from the body. The format specified there, and that link works. So we have... Wait, these aren't documented? How did I get away with not documenting those functions? Add... Oh yeah, sure enough, I don't have any documentation for that. Well, how does it not warn me? Thank you for the follow. 2014? Wow. So, append a header with the given name and value. If the headers already contains a header with the same name, this will result in, well, this does not change or remove any headers even if they have the same name. That's fun. Okay, this is an alternative. Append a header with the given name and a value. Actually, there are two modes. Append one or more headers with the given name and values derived from the given vector, because it's into a vector of strings, right? Depending on the given mode, see header multi-mode, and we'll make that into a link. And let me find the link. enum.headermultimode.html. enum.headermultimode.html for more information. Swith. You're back to unlurking. Yeah, thank you, Keldor Draconis. You have found a bug. I will give you a point. And that's your first point, so I give you another point. All right. Do I need to say anything else? Append one or more headers with a given name and values derived. I guess I can repeat this. This does not change or remove any, actually we should say existing headers. Previously existing. Previously added. All right. I guess we can also say to replace a previously added header, use set header, and the link for that is just gonna be method dot set header instead. All right, well, let's include that language down here. All right. And I'm going to borrow these when I document set header. I'm going to say add or replace a header with the given name and value. Okay, let's say add a header with the given name and value, or replace the first no. I'm bad with English. Add or replace a header with the given name and value. If a previously added header has the same name, well, if one or more previously added headers has the same name, the first one is changed to hold the given value. And well, actually, it also removes the other ones, right? Yeah. Add or replace a header with the given name and value. If one or more previously added headers has the same name, the first one is changed to hold the given value, and the others are removed. To add a new header without replacing or removing previously added ones with the same name, use add header instead. That's what I want to say. And then there's also a multivariant. Add or replace. Okay, then I want to steal from add header multi-value. Set header multi-value. Okay. So this would be add one or more headers with the given name and values derived from the given header detected in a given mode. Let's say add or replace one or more. And then we'll repeat this one if this right here. If one or more previously added headers has the same name, the first one is changed to hold the given value, and the values and the others are removed. To add a header, to add new headers without replacing or removing previously added ones with the same name, use add header instead, or add header multi-value. That's what I should say for the other, for the complement as well. This should say set header multi-value. Need to spell it correctly. All right. Get all. I'll borrow the what are we saying here? Borrow the list of headers? Sure, it's easy. That's what we do. We borrow them. Okay, so then right, this is produce a list of values for headers. Produce a list of the values for the headers with a given name. If no headers have the given name, an empty list is returned. Sure. What are points for? So before there's the concept of channel points, a lot of streamers, and I also have had to add the concept of points to our bots. So for me, since I don't have an overlay, a custom overlay yet, and I don't play games, so there's no like the traditional things you'd use points for, there really was no purpose for the points. But then I do have this long-running project I'm working on called Omni Arena, and that was a convenient place both to host the bot and then potentially to make use of the points that are awarded in chat. So whether or not you actually create an account in the game, if you score points in my channel, you get awarded these points in the game. And you can't see them because I need to scroll this over a little bit. So you can see like Nui, for example, has 263 points. See, the idea is that either if I start to add a custom overlay that you can maybe use the points to have the temporary access to play with or interact in the channel some other way, or alternatively, if in my game there are things that you might want to do or have in the game that are like exclusive, you might be able to use the points either to trade in to get them or just above a certain threshold of points, maybe you're just granted access or something like that. So those are some ideas of things you might use with the points. But right now, you can just collect them and then you have bragging rights that you have a certain number of points. So that's all we have now with the points. Probably the first use I'll put the points to is with a custom overlay. And I'm also thinking of there being a way to exchange channel points for my bots points to reward people who have been lurking a long time and have not had the opportunity to actively earn points because they don't have passive point earning. But I have to be careful with that because people might have farmed an enormous number of channel points. So I'll have to think about that. But yeah, I'm thinking the first use will be to use the points to have some fun interacting with the stream on the overlay. You know, like some other streamers do. Like some people either have it so you can make sounds play in exchange for points. You might be able to use the points to like direct who we're going to raid next. I mean, the traditional things. But I don't have the infrastructure built up for that yet. And I know I could probably use an off-the-shelf bot, but what's the fun in that? We're going to make our own bot here, right? It's like a rite of passage for most streamers is to make their own bot. Okay. Yeah, but so nothing right now, but in the future, I hope so. Produce a list of values for the headers with the given name. No headers. Yeah, it's exactly what we want. All right, so then header tokens is slightly different. Produce a list of, well, this is take the value of the header with the given name and split it according to the, is it actually in the RFC, the tokenization? Comma. A comma separated list, that's what they call it, right? by appending each subsequent field combine. Right. So take the value of the header with the given name and interpret it as a comma separated list of values. Produce that list of values. Take the value of the header with the given name and interpret it as a common list of values and produce that list. If I guess we'll just return this same thing. If no headers have the given name, an empty list is returned. Planning on writing your own bot in Rust? Yes. Right now the bot is written in C++. So I want to move my bot to Rust. I want to move my game to Rust too, and I want to make an overlay in Rust. You have 30,000 channel points saved to spam Pet the Beast. Hey there, worship the sofa? Worship the soda and the sofa, by the way. I don't know if we'll bring back Pet the Beast. The Beast doesn't like being pet these days. He kind of like avoids me. What's the game? The game is there. I was showing it a little bit ago. You can log into it now. There's no content yet. It's just test stuff. But there are NPCs that walk around that you can fight just for testing purposes. But yeah, it is a lifelong goal of mine to make like my own version of some of the games I played when I was a kid, like Ultima, Deathlord. They look like this. They're top-down 2D, tile-based, and you move around like these monsters are moving around one tile at a time, and you can use commands kind of like what you have in old-style adventure games, like attack north, search east, talk west, you know, that kind of thing. Remember playing games like that? So yeah, it's been my lifelong goal to make my own version of that, and I built this up over the last 2 years on stream, but there's no Rust in it, and I want to add more Rust into it. So I've kind of taken a break on working on this game to build up the infrastructure so that I can make more parts of the game in Rust. The only parts in the game that I could make in Rust are those that lie out completely separate, like the admin tools I run on the command line to do some data administration. Yeah, Firefox is C++. Either you don't think any newer programming language would target replacing C and C++? You don't think any newer programming language should target replacing them? Okay. I'm finding it extremely fun to a challenge to learn and to use the language. And I was able to clean up and fix a lot of problems that I had in my C++ code by doing it in Rust. What's the client side? It is written in React and Redux with Phaser. So that's front end. Don't I have a command for front end? Client? Rust can find a place without language war. This isn't a language war. I just want to use it. I'm not trying to wage war on it. I thought I had a command for the game client. Oh, wasn't it engine? Yeah, there we go. Browser-based C libraries. There we go. Phaser, React, Redux. Yes. And hey there, Lexicon Dissect. Use Angular. That's cool. I didn't know any kind of JavaScript, and I tried to learn Angular first, and I was very intimidated by it. And then my second attempt to get into web dev, I went to React. Intimidated by that, but it wasn't so bad. I think the problem for me is trying to learn web dev and TypeScript at the same time, and so React for me was a little bit easier to get on board with. Okay. So what's the difference here between oh, this is single value and this is one value. Okay, so right, so this is produce the value for the header with the given name, if any. I'm saying produce because it's actually cloning out a copy, because we might have to build a composite. In fact, we should say that if there are 2 or more headers with the same name, the produced value, the produced string will be the joining of their values with commas. COBOL's even used today? I'm sure it is, but I don't think I would want to learn it. I know that the jobs pay well. I'm just not interested in it. I really like Rust because I find it very interesting. So this is a list of things I really like about it. They motivate me to learn it, which motivates me to do work, which is a positive thing. So it's not that I'm doing it with the intent to replace other languages. I'm doing it with the intent of having fun, learning a new skill, and improving the quality of my work, because I feel that the language is helping me get things working with a lot fewer bugs in the end. So I have reasons why I want to use Rust. Does Rust code look more like C or C? I think it looks more like a combination of C and JavaScript, to be honest, because you have you don't have classes, but you have these closures like you have in JavaScript, right? So it's kind of like a funny mix. Reminds you of C#? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's a better description. Rust kind of looks more like a combination of C and C#. It's like C# without the classes. That is one thing that's striking with Rust, is that you'll never see the word class. The closest you'll get is you'll have a structure with functions in its implementation, but that's technically not a class, right? It's just a structure with associated functions. It's just syntactic sugar for functions which all take that structure as its first argument. And then there are accessibility checks, which are artificial, right? I guess you could say the same thing about classes. It's just that with Rust, there's no inheritance, so you can't like derive one structure from another. You have traits, but traits don't have data attached to them. So it's it's a lot less object-oriented. All right, so we're done with that one. Okay, has header token. So this is sort of a syntactic, or this is sort of a wrapper on top of get header tokens, along with search, right? So this is a convenience function which essentially looks up the tokens in a header using get header tokens. Method.getHeaderTokens, and searches them to see if the given token is among them. C++ is multi-paradigm language and never intended to be OO only. I don't know about that. I kind of disagree with that. C++ was intended to be C with classes. That's what the intent of the designer, Bjorn Stroustrup, was. So I'm pretty sure it was intended to be C with object-oriented C. But that's my opinion. I'm not going to claim that that's a fact. In my opinion, the intent was to make object-oriented C. But you could have a different opinion. That's fine. It's allowing free functions. Yeah. So it's not strictly object-oriented. That's true. Okay, so determine whether or not the given header is present. That's all that does. Okay. This I think I might be doing away with soon. Dude that created the game Braid, that dude's name is well, his handle is Naysayer, right? What's his name again? John Blow? John Blow. Yeah, he's making his language called Jai. Release date 2100. Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan Blow, yep. He's on Twitch, Naysayer, I forget the number after his name. But he's got quite a good following. Yeah. If you hear trait, you think of something like C++ type traits. I don't know C++ type traits, so I can't say anything about that. Every language interface Rust trait. I use the words interchangeably. When I see trait, I think I think the same associations as interface. Lest you heard he wasn't a great person. Well, I mean, we should always treat people with respect. And if you think someone is or not a great person, I mean, that's your opinion. Does not really care about releasing Jai to the public. Okay, so probably his main goal is to make a language that he can use for games? Or just to prove that his language is most suitable for games, so maybe not let other people use it? I mean, that's his right, I guess. He doesn't have to make it available to the rest of the world. He dislikes strictly object-oriented language. They are forcing to put functions which can use on other things in collector classes. I'm tending to avoid object-oriented code a lot more myself as well, which maybe is one of the reasons why I find Rust attractive. In that you've heard this phrase composition over inheritance, right? So that's come up a lot in the last 10 years for me, is that a lot of anecdotal evidence and a lot of personal experience is leading me to say that designs that use composition tend to win out over designs that leverage inheritance more. You haven't heard that one? I think it's actually a design principle? Composition over inheritance. Yeah, it's considered a design pattern by some, but the original... I'm trying to remember what the original... what the source of that was. Okay, well, here's a Wikipedia article. Maybe they say something about that. It's a little bit more academic than I can grasp. If you've watched me for long enough, you know I am not an academic. I'm not into the theory of things. I'm more like make things. So I'm like an implementer. I care more about concrete concepts and so abstractions and like the best way to do things abstractly are hard for me to grasp. I'm looking for do they have reference to an original source? I don't see it. Anyway, there you go. So it is what would you call it? A philosophy? It's a principle that classes should achieve polymorphic behavior in code reuse by their composition rather than inheritance from a base or parent class. Why do they say this is an often stated principle of OOP? It seems to me that this goes against OOP, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just misinterpreting the whole thing. But the problem with abstract words is that they can mean different things to different people. So when I say object-oriented programming, in my mind, it can mean something totally different than what comes up in your mind when you hear me say those words. So I'd rather trade in concrete things. So if you tell me that, like, to you, object-oriented programming means having a lot of inheritance in your code, I would say I don't like that kind of thing. That in my experience, it's messy and overly complex. That I prefer a composition pattern where you have instances that have in their state other types that break apart the problem into smaller problems. If you're an implementer, you can implement theoretical things. I allow someone to make me a specification, and I prefer specifications made by people who are good at theoretical design, who have a good idea of what they're doing in a theoretical design mode, and then I'll code it, you know. You also have the Java's, yeah. So yeah, this is a very, very what do you say? This could prompt a lot of discussion, right? We could probably talk for hours about it, and it's interesting to hear what other people have to say, but there's just a lot of information that's going to go with that. And I'm not going to be able to deal with it all. I need to try to stay grounded in what I'm doing. So sorry if I have 1 foot in my work and 1 foot in chat. So if I have to go back to my code and write some more, I hope that it does not cause anyone to take offense. I do like the discussion, but there's only so much of that I can get into. What am I going to write here? Yeah, this might go away soon. Do I want to attach the note here? If I put a to-do here, does it stay? Consider removing this. Does this show up in my to-dos? Oh yeah, okay, great. So we'll leave this. Determine whether or not the previous input fed to the parse method.parse function was valid. Consider removing this since parse now returns a result that always indicates an error when invalid input is detected. Okay. It's just a different way to accomplish things. OOP can use either I or C or any combination, and currently winning design pattern in the modern zeitgeist is to prefer composition rather than inheritance, mostly in your opinion, due to code readability, debuggability, supportability issues, or IMHO, okay. That sounds in line with my understanding, yeah. All right, so I didn't mean to stifle the conversation either. You guys can continue to talk about object-oriented programming, but I don't know how much more I can contribute without starting to seem dogmatic about it. Like, I have my own opinions and thoughts about class inheritance and composition, and I know that I don't know everything, and I'm probably wrong about some things. And so I don't want to make the mistake of teaching you the wrong thing with the wrong examples. I'd rather just tell you what my understanding is and the limits of it, and let you compare with what you know, and maybe probably know more than me. Or maybe you don't agree with me. That's fine. If there's something obviously that I misunderstand, what I'd actually prefer is if you have an original source, like a blog from someone respected in the industry like Robert Martin or Martin Fowler. If one of those guys has written a blog entry about something that contradicts what I'm saying, I'd love to know about it, because because I respect their opinions based on the body of their work, and I'd gladly go read their stuff and change my opinion. Wikipedia, most of the time I'm okay reading that stuff because they cite their own resources and I can track it down and see, well, is this something that just some guy wrote, or is it like vetted by a dozen people with lots of references? And then I trust that the more references it has, the more I trust it, right? All right, so create a new parser with no headers in it. Actually, we're not going to say parser. Create a new instance with no headers in it. Okay. This might change the default. I don't know if... I'm on the fence about whether to have a new function or to just implement the default trait. Because to me, they almost seem like the same thing, and default has the advantage of being the implementation of a trait. So it's more official in my mind. Whereas this new is sort of an unofficial way to just make a new instance. It's not implementing any kind of trait, as far as I know. Pub remove header. This removes just... Oh no, it removes all of them. Okay, remove all headers having the with the given name. All right. What happened here? Why is there a break? Ooh, what happened here? Did I screw something up? Oh, was I in the middle of something and I got distracted here? This looks like the old and this is the new, right? Yeah. Inheritance for interface is actually, as far as I know, universally supported in every language. It's one of the core aspects of interfaces that they can be members of an abstract, what's the word? An abstract hierarchy. The problem, as I understand it, the problem with the inheritance for concrete classes, though, is you have you tend to have you're breaking the what is it? You're breaking the encapsulation by kind of mixing classes together, and so it causes more problems than it solves. Whereas the inheritance of interfaces, since they don't inherently have an implementation, they're just contracts. You're basically saying interface A is everything that B says plus this extra stuff. That it's in a pure sense, it's fine. That there is no conflict and no mixing. That's my understanding. Does Rust take longer to compile for you? Not really, but I haven't built anything huge yet. When I build this stuff, it builds pretty quickly. 0.6 seconds. To me, anything under 10 seconds is probably fine. Is it acceptable to ask why Bob Martin is a valuable source to you personally? Because he is well respected in the industry. Right? He's one of the founding members of our industry. Any one of the Gang of Four, for example, right, who founded the industry, I think you need to, well, in my opinion, I would tend to trust them implicitly when they speak about the industry. Unless they conflict with each other, or if I find something in my personal experience that kind of contradicts what they're saying, then I might start to question, like, maybe Bob Martin has something, something wrong. But it's kind of like the compiler. When you hit a compiler error, do you stop and think, what compiler bug caused this error to happen? Or do you say to yourself, the compiler probably found an error in my code? Usually it's safe to say, you did not find a bug in the compiler, is something wrong in your code. But there is the 0.001% of the time where your compiler error actually is a compiler bug, and that you can go to Microsoft or whoever, to GCC and file a bug report there. But it's like, if 99.99% of the time what they have to say is in line with like best practices and everything, then you can lean on that, right? Anyway, there's just my opinion. Talking about compilers, would not have known if I have a compiler bug or bug in my code with my own language. Well, the difference is your compiler is new and hasn't been battle hardened, I guess, right? In your Active Directory library, you could make get attribute accepting a string, but it could only check wrong attributes only on runtime. Okay. I guess I understand what you're saying. As long as you have unit tests that run at runtime, then you could catch those, right? For making sure your code is correct. I might have missed something in the context there. Set line length. Set line limit. Okay, this configures the parser and generator to constrain the lengths of header lines to no more than the given number, if any. Setting none removes any previous constraint, or removes any constraint. Basically sets it there to be no. Should I say setting none causes there? Nah, it's okay. Just leave it like this. I have the toughest time with English. Okay, I think what I want to do is from the top, I want to look for pub.fn and see if I don't have any that are missing doc comments. And then I think I'm going to troll, or going to lurk or whatever, scrub through the generated documentation to see if there's anything that feels missing. I do have this to do. Oh, right, I moved that. Okay. Yeah, I should look at to-dos here. So I just have the to-do about is valid. In order to decide if I want to keep that or not, I need to look at, in the C++ version where I have that flag, why do I have that flag? Like, why do I need that? Anyway, cargo test, cargo doc. All right, and then reload this. The current library accepts for user-specific operations only types compatible to user attribute. If you pass the wrong attribute, compiler will fail to compile. Okay. I guess, Seppi, I'm not understanding what you want me to say about that. It sounds okay, I guess. Usually like what Bob Martin says, but sometimes you find him to... Well, he's an old man, right on 90. You have to understand, when you get older, you get kind of... how should I say this? Your sense of humor changes. And also, your values differ from societal norms, right? He grew up in a different era, so... I don't trust Bob Martin's opinions on politics, for example, right? Or his favorite baseball team or something like that, because that has nothing to do with computer science. But if he has some opinion on how to make clean code, I'm more apt to, like, at least initially follow his advice until and unless I find a counterpoint, like through another respected member of the community or my own personal experience. It's like the default should be that to trust what he has to say about computer science, at least to start with, as a default. But these other beliefs, they're you've got to separate those out, right? He's a human being with his own likes and dislikes and opinions and a lot of them have nothing to do with computers and programming. Would not agree with the comparison of reliability. The short version of why is that to a degree the compilers are incentivized to produce well-functioning code. Bob's primary does not rely on shipping functions, however, nor have we seen examples of it being put into practice that worked well for the problems they're intending to solve. Well, he's the author, he's the clean code guy, right? I just brought him up as an example. I can't cite any specific statements he's made right now. Uncle Bob, clean code. Like, he has his own talks and stuff, his own lessons on YouTube, his own books. These guys make a lot of books. He's got a GitHub. So, I've listened to a few talks that he's given, and in general, a lot of the things that he said, I can't cite specific examples right now because it's been a while, but I just brought him up as an example of if he gave a talk on something like how to make clean software, I would probably trust him at least at first. A good function doesn't need documentation. I think it depends on the point of view. I think that, there's a certain context that goes with that. Like, what does documentation mean? Does documentation mean the doc comment, or does it mean comments inside the code? So, for example, my parse here has very few comments. It does have some, but like this block doesn't have any. Would you say that it's documented or not? I do have a huge doc comment. So it's like, does documentation mean the doc comment that goes into the generated HTML, or does it mean the actual comments in the code? He might be referring to comments in the code, that if you write the code cleanly and well enough, you don't need comments. But you probably still want to have an API document, So it depends on the context of what he said there. Uncle Raimu's name. Talking about the tech stuff, for example, the intention behind clean code, but some of the decision he tries to have clean code are too rigid. Maybe. Like, I say I would trust him by default, but it's not like what he says is like has to be accepted as dogma. So it's more like I would go with it until or unless I had a reason not to. Whereas if it was just some random person, I have to evaluate, do they know what they're talking about? Do they have any experience? I guess that's what I was trying to say. I probably didn't say it very well. Okay, I think I did that, right? And I was going to reload this. Yeah, okay. I got sidetracked. Crate level documentation. I don't have any crate level documentation. I think we need that. So that goes up here. Do I put it before or after the top level matter? I use your library, you not need to Google how the internal names of it. With good idea, you find all possible attributes. Intention was to help the user discover bugs as early as possible. Okay. So Seppi, I think I've lost the context of the discussion. Are we talking about like documentation? So you wouldn't need a documentation because the IDE finds all the things and you wouldn't have to look it up? I guess, yeah, I'm missing the context. Sorry. Inheritance as interfaces. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Rust Standard has some implementations comments with some of its unsafe, like safety. Insert reason why. That's great, Papadas. Isn't allowing him to have a voice for tech and ignoring is not criticizing his bad sayings a slippery slope, allowing him and his followers to spread the bad as well. I guess if you ignore the bad things, yeah. What I do when I listen to a talk from someone is I have a filter. I mean, I hope everyone has a filter. Separate the things that you you know that they probably have a good foundation to say, and just discard all the other stuff. A lot of you know, you might have a technical point and then a joke. Just ignore the joke unless you find it funny, right? The joke might be in bad taste, or the statement might be like, "Here's a good way to clean up your code," and the second statement might be, "You should always do this." So I might take the first part as, "Oh, that's an interesting way to clean up the code." And then, like, he says, "You should always do this." And I'd be like, "Well, he didn't really say why, so it sounds like an opinion to me. You know, maybe I'll try to, but I'm not going to, like, just accept it as dogma." I actually lost the conversation topic a long time ago. Okay. This whole pile on Bob Martin was a bit misdirected. Okay. It sounds like he might have said some controversial things that people don't agree with. I mean, everyone says things that are either wrong or taken out of context or both. I cited him and Martin Fowler as people who have been in the industry a long time and are, you know, known for having some good things to say about it. All right, so the module level documentation, that's where I was. I think I'm just going to stop talking about industry leaders or industry people. Yeah, that's all right. We document it separately like that. Yes, I forgot about that. And it's at the very top. Should I just begin the same way? This crate, I'm not going to say it implements the standard because it doesn't strictly implement it. This crate provides types for parsing and generating internet messages, such as email. I should say such as email, HTTP requests and responses, and SIP messages. The general form of the, I guess I should say, for parsing and generating the headers of the general form of these headers is specified. I have to be careful about the word specified. The general form of these headers is covered by, or covered? How about explored in IETF RFC 5322, and I will make a link. this one. Descripted. The problem is that I don't want to be too rigid about saying that, like, this is the specification for internet messages, because I know some rules are relaxed and bent and broken by some of these implementations, like for HTTP, before the headers, there's the request or response line, right? And some of the rules can be further relaxed in strange ways. So this is just a general form. Described even. If Rust has no classes, how to implement a function like login which accepts username and different authorization methods like password or cert? Who says that you need a class to do that? You would just have a function called login. Here, we'll do a function it's called function login that accepts a username and a authorization method, auth method. There. I guess you'd want a result. There's your specification for your login function. So I didn't need a class to do that. Now you might want to tie that to a specific structure which implements other traits. So you might have like a mute self or something. I don't know. So this might be inside of the implementation of a server or something. There you go. Why you suggest the word described as the RFC in this case is a description rather than definition. I guess I'm hesitant to use the word describe because it might connotate that it's describing the only way. Maybe if we say describes the typical way, I might be good with that. The typical format of these headers is described in that one. I guess I'm okay with that one. Because, yeah, well, maybe I should be explicit here. Specific internet standards may leverage this format, but make exceptions, extensions, or other changes to it. Let's say note. Note that specific, yeah. So that someone looking at this crate doesn't say, oh, I can use this for all these things without any changes. It's not, I don't want to make that claim. Describes best practices? Yeah, I don't know about that. The original RFC is sort of vague in what it says it's describing, right? It's asyntax for text messages that are sent between computer users within the framework of electronic mail messages. So I guess it's for email? It's a really old standard, right? It's based off of, if you follow the trail, it goes all the way back to 1982, right? So it's a really old standard that's been updated multiple times. Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it right there. In C++, login const string user const auth object. Yeah, it looks mostly right. You don't believe in easy to use, hard to misuse. I do believe in that. I think things should be easy to use and hard to misuse. The 1982 version is a revised version, it seems? Yeah, it's really old. It's one of the oldest standards, right? The old RFCs like that are often too vague. Yeah, well, it was designed so long ago that they didn't really know what the internet would turn into. They didn't even really see a lot of it as turning into the internet. It was mostly like a way to connect universities together, and there was a lot of research going into it, and there's an element of like defense industry stuff in there too, right? Yeah, it's the original use for those protocols is a lot different than what we use it for today in some ways. This crate provides types for parsing, generating the headers internet, such as email. The format the headers is described in. Note that specific internet standards may leverage this format but make separate. Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. So, what do we want to say after this? What did I do in the other one? I think I left it up to the type. Okay, so to parse a message, construct a message headers value using message headers new. I need to make links for these. Do I want to do it in this format where I have the... Oh, did I mess this up? That's missing... Oh, no, it's way down there at the end. Yeah, they have this way where you can, like, defer it. Maybe not. I won't bother with this time. I'll just do it this way. So it's struct message headers using the new... Okay, so then how do I link from one page to the other? Let's see. So if we're on message headers index... So I have to go to struct message headers and then go to new, right? Yeah, so I have to go to that anchor new. Struct a message headers using message headers new. And then start feeding it input text via the message headers parse. Not the via. They didn't even know what RFCs were to some degree. Well, back in the day, the first RFCs, they were just requests for comments. They were emails from some subset of the community to the broader community saying, hey, here's an idea. Could you guys give me some comments about it, right? It was just basically, here's an idea. Please give me feedback. And so it was really supposed to spark conversation and debate. They weren't meant to be like decisions and standards originally, right? I think the way they envisioned it, either they didn't need a rigid standard, they just wanted input, or the intent was that after they got the feedback from the requests that they would form a standard out of it. But I guess it evolved to where it was they were formatted so well with examples and stuff that they're like, well, why don't we just publish this as the standard? That's my understanding, but I'm not a historian in computer science, so I don't know. Could be totally wrong. Okay, the parse the message constructed using new and then start feeding it input text via. So each call will consume 0 or more of the input characters. Input is only consumed if enough is provided for the parser to determine when all of one or more headers has been provided. Any unused input should be included in the next call along with additional input to continue parsing. Parsing is complete once the message body is found. Okay, I think that's all we need to say. IP over avian character? Or IP over avian carrier is your favorite? Yeah. April 1st RFCs. Okay, to generate a message, we'll say the same thing. Actually, that makes me think I ought to make these references, what are they called? Postscripts or whatever? I don't know what the term is. At the end, you just reference it like that, and then you don't have to have the link there. And then I'll do the same thing with new. Like that. And the way I learned this is by looking at someone else's document. It's probably documented somewhere, but I don't know where. You know, for consistency, I might as well just do this. Even though I'm only probably going to reference it once. To generate a message, that we're going to repeat this thing. Construct a message headers value using new. Fill in headers using message headers add header, which is struct message headers.html method add header, and other related functions. I'm hesitant to use the word method because it's Rust calls them functions, not methods, right? Except for the documentation, they say method, which I'm kind of surprised by. Why don't they call it function? 1978? Yeah, that's how old the internet is. To generate a message, construct, fill in the headers using that and other related messages, and finalize, well, and emit the final text using generate. Oh, I should probably also have another section about the line limit. Okay. By default, there is no limit, there is no constraint set on the lengths of header lines. This can cause issues in some places, such as servers receiving input from connections, from untrusted connections. An attacker might feed in a constant stream of characters that never includes a line ending, causing the server to exceed its memory allocation limits. To prevent this, the message headers set line limit, I need to verify that's the name, function can be used to set a constraint for header line length, both for parsing and generation. Yeah. I need to verify that's the name of the function. Set line, it is. Okay, good. So then, what time is it? It's almost 5. I need to actually stop soon. Because I'm supposed to play a game of Among Us with some other streamers at 5. So after I finish this, I think I'm going to wrap it up. The internationalized deliberately unreadable network notation. Dunno. That's great. I'll give you a point for that one. That's awesome. I didn't know about that. Okay, struct. This is method. Set line limit. Okay, let's just run it one more time. Maybe cargo test to make sure. And then okay, everything's passing. Look at my document. Marvel at the crate level documentation. The script provides types for parsing generating the headers of internet messages, such as email, HTTP requests, responses, and SIP messages. The typical format is described in there, which works. Note that the specific internet standards may leverage this format, but make exceptions. Oh, by the way, little bit of trivia. Did you notice who the author of this latest version of the internet message format is? Who they work for? Yeah, I worked for them for a long time. Because Qualcomm, one of the early Qualcomm products was an email browser called Eudora. And so a lot of the people that participated in the IETF and worked on email actually worked in that Eudora email client division of the company. It didn't start at Qualcomm. Qualcomm bought Eudora. But so, and yeah, Qualcomm's name gets into a lot of email-related IETFs, and I happened to work for them. I didn't work in the Eudora division. I worked in multimedia, but yeah, it's interesting. A little bit of coincidence there. Note that specific internet standards may leverage this format but make exceptions, extensions, and other changes to it. To parse the message, construct my link works, yes, using new, and then start feeding it input via parse. Just making sure all my links work. Each call consumes 0 or more of the input characters. If it is only consumed if enough is provided for the parser to determine when all or of one or more headers has been provided. Any unused input should be included in the next call along with additional input to continue parsing. Parsing is not complete until parsing is complete once the message body is found. To generate message, construct it using new, fill in headers using add header and other related functions, and emit the final text using generate. Okay, by default, there's no constraint set on the length. This can cause issues in places such as servers receiving info from untrusted connections. The attacker might feed in a constant stream of characters that never includes a line ending, causing the server to exceed its memory allocation limits. To prevent this, the set line limit function can be used to set a constraint for a header line length, both for parsing and generation. Okay, so then let's follow our links here. Header. This represents one or more lines. This represents one line of the header's portion of internet message. It consists of a case instead of name and a value, which may contain parts separated by commas. Actually, why is this public? Do I ever expose that? Oh, I do with the get all. I think that's why. Oh, if I expose get all, then shouldn't I expose the... Yeah, I should be exposing the members of header. Yeah, I need to do that. All right, so let's fix that. I have enough time to do that, so let's do that. We need to expose it because otherwise it's pointless to get them. So pub name and pub value. So we should say, this is the name of the header. It is case insensitive. Okay. This is the value of the header. When parsed from or generated, when parsed from text or in text generated from it, this string may span or fold across multiple lines. Also, in some contexts, it may contain multiple values, in which case the values are separated by commas. Values are commonly separated by commas. That's what I'm going to say. Just started with Java after programming Python over 2 years. Any good advice? Have fun. I think that's the most important thing, is if you're starting with anything, have a fun, motivating reason to do it. So I don't know why you started with Java, if whether it's for a job or for enjoyment or for just for learning. If you're asking like, what would good advice be, like what to write in Java or what to learn in Java? I don't really know, because it really depends on the context of why you're starting with Java. If you're doing it for Android development, a good advice would be to follow the Android developer documentation. They have a lot of good advice in there. if you're starting with Java just as a general programming language, there's a lot of good learning material out there. I generally point people to freecodecamp.org for general stuff. For a job, you mean Jobra? Yeah. But yeah, it's hard to give good advice when I don't know anything more than that you just started Java after programming Python for over 2 years. I guess one thing of advice I could say is don't give yourself a break if and when you get frustrated by the differences in the two languages. Like, you'll be used to doing something in Python, and then you will have trouble doing it in Java because you're remembering how to do it in Python. You might get frustrated. When that happens, just take a step back, take a break, and understand that everyone goes through that. Anyone who knows multiple languages will sometimes confuse idioms and syntax from one language to another, and it's not something to be to get yourself down over. It happens to everybody. You'll get over it. It'll become easier the more practice you have and the more languages you know. And when you get yourself into that Java mindset, then you'll find yourself leveraging your knowledge from Python, but not without getting too tripped up about it. Learning more languages, you guess, at the moment you're just trying to figure out the similarities between them. I think just explore example programs out there and compare how they're coded between the two languages. Like, you could go to the submissions for Advent of Code and look at how people solve those problems in Java, and then go back and look how they solved them in Python and compare them. Right? And then you can put them side by side and say, oh, this is how the same program, same problem that was solved in those two languages. Rosetta code, is that a thing? Yeah, that might be a fun thing to do. All right, so then reload, and I should have some documentation for header. Yay, look at that. So from the top level, header now documents its fields. Nice. And header name should have documentation. And the declaration will just say it's hidden. Do I need to say it acts like a string? It's maybe implied by me implementing as ref for string here. And display. I wonder if I need to implement the other way. Do I need to implement from header name for string? Excuse me. Well, we'll get into that later. I think for now I will just put something on header name that says this. Names of headers and intermediate case sentence. I'll say here, this is a new type wrapping a string in order to handle it as an internet message header name. Names of headers and internet messages are case insensitive. Yeah, I think that's good enough. You can see I'm just kind of tweaking the documentation as I look at it to make sure it says stuff like that. I might have to change it to make it more obviously convertible to and from string, but I don't know yet. I think that everyone has that shift of gears when switching languages. You already know. It takes a different amount of time for it. Yeah. I think the most important thing is try to stay motivated and try to have fun. Having fun is one form of motivation. Another kind of motivation is to have a job that gets you paid for doing it. But the key to that is to stay motivated and to get something out of it. Either you're getting money out of it or learning, entertainment. Get something out of it, and then I think you'll do well. Okay, we've exhausted header. So, and header name. Okay, so I think we're looking good. I think I'm going to have another pass at this after I've taken a break. I'm just going to check it in, and I think I'll probably end the stream because I got to run. I got games to play, my friends. So we're just going to say adding all the missing documentation, and oh, I still have that one to do, not there, but in the other place. Okay, so first cut at adding, well, not first cut at adding, finish first cut of doc comments. Right, there we go. That's the state I'm going to leave it in today. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. I got to run. I'm not just going to leave you with an empty stream. I'm going to try to find someone interesting for you to watch. But you're welcome to go anywhere else that you might like. There are lots of people on stream. I tend to recommend either Rustations or Live Coders. And it's lowercase, right? Let me test these links. Yeah, lots of people streaming in the Live Coders team. Rustations, it's just me right now. That tends to happen for me at the end of my stream. I think a lot of people on Rustations team tend to stream earlier in the day or earlier in the night, wherever you are. We can raid Chris. Did I raid him last? Don't remember. But CM Griffing, he actually is the developer who made Stream Parrot, which is the overlay you see above my head. And he'll occasionally be working in Rust. He's a web dev and has used Rust in the past with YEW. Today he's actually doing a VS Code extension called Code Biscuits, inline code annotations to improve readability. So he's also, I look up to him in terms of web dev technologies, so he knows basically every kind of web dev technology out there. He'd probably give you points if you found something he didn't know. So I hope you enjoy his stream, and I'll be back on Monday. So let me just hit that raid button. Hope you guys have an awesome rest of your day. And I hope to see you again next time. So I will kick it off to Chris now. Thank you for watching. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.